You were waiting, weren't you? So was I. I'll be right with you guys.
A fat ass over here. I wanna get it in my mouth. I wanna get it in my mouth.
Oh, Pepe, you're bringing the sexy today, this Saturday. It's CitizenCon, yeah, boys and girls. Get ready for that big fat ass.
Suck on that ass,
Get ready for that big fat ass, yeah, in your face. Yeah, tell him, Pepe. Yeah, whoa, that's a little too much, Pepe. I can't. No, I probably wouldn't do that. That's all you, Pepe. Pepe, that is all you, bro. But that's cool. Eat it. You can eat it, dude. All right. I think it's time for the show, dude. It's time for it's a little too much information. Oh yeah. There you go. What that ass for, daddy, baby?
Work that ass for daddy. Work that ass for daddy. Go ahead, baby girl. Gotta work it real good. Gotta work that ass for daddy.
Yes. Listen, I am so happy you guys are here for CitizenCon. I just got in from Cleveland. Hi. How's everyone doing out there? I saw that there was a Vandalgate. There was hashtag Vandalgate. There were some male Karens out there. What are they called? Kens or Karens? I can't remember. You know, legitimate concerns that I see out there that I actually agree with. But it's just like, I want to be happy today. You know what I mean? I want that positivity. I want that first level energy. I don't want that, like, you know, Karen vibe. Not today, man. Like, I'm all about the happiness today. I'm all about the party today. If you guys are coming in here with like bad attitudes and shit, I respect you, like both male and females, but like, I want a happy day. Thank you. I want a happy day. I don't want a whole bunch of Karens. And what is it, Kens? Is it Kens? What's the male equivalent of a Karen, by the way? First time chatter. What's up, bro? Hey, good to see you here. Thank you. Where's my soundboard, Pepe? We gotta get ready. It's almost showtime here. It's, you know, like, we're not professional. We just got in the door. I had to hide the toxicity chat here, and I cannot wait. Can we have a little music while we wait there, buddy? Thanks, Pepe. Like, just something in the background if you can. Got the beers. Nice. I'm being super responsible today. I don't know why. I got some water, but I'll pretend. I got more driving to do. You know, I stopped down here. It's an hour and a half away. I literally drove home to get to my dungeon studio. For everyone, and for me, I'm super excited about today. Are you guys excited? I always love shit like this. Good fingers, chilling in the morning. Nice. Thank you, Puka. Appreciate you. Yeah. Listen, I can promise you here, we're gonna have fun. It's party fun time. It's not like, wah! Like there's times for that shit, and it's not today. I'm all about the fun. So if you like fun, welcome to DG 360. Hi. Yeah, right. Like, if you want to bitch or complain about shit, it's really not the day for me for it. I just want to have fun today. Can we all understand? I want a bit of magic, you know? Like, I want magic, right? I don't want, like, oh my god, this Vandal mask. Oh. I'm not, like, valid criticisms. I actually agree with those criticisms. My Twitter feed was toxic this morning. Like, I woke up super excited. Thank you, Santa. Thank you. This is what I sound like. This is exactly what I sound like when you watch the channel. Appreciate that. Thank you, Santa Claus. Appreciate you. But my Twitter feed was so, like, with Star Citizen, I was expecting people being excited. I was expecting happiness. I'm, like, super pumped up this morning. And my Twitter feed was, like, all toxic and shit. And, you know, with valid criticisms of the Vandal mask, Vandalgate, hashtag Vandalgate, right? But I didn't want that, you know? And I'm like, I gotta get a nice breakfast. I gotta get ready for you guys. I got here just on time for you guys. I'm feeling good about this. Yes, yes, yes. Can I get an amen? We're gonna have fun today. We're gonna have fun today. That is the mission today. We are gonna have fun.
Yes, sir. Can I get an amen?
Can I get an amen? Who wants to have fun today and not go, I don't want to do wah, wah, wah. I don't want to do that. I want to do fun.
Yes, sir. Can I get an amen? Yes.
All right. That's what I'm talking about, man. I don't want to go into people's streams and talk about negative shit today. You know, like there's 355 days out of the week I can do that. The one day I want to be positive is today.
Yes,
you
sir.
see?
Can I get an amen? Yes.
All the people with, you know, that are putting the salt up on there, I'm just gonna shame them right now because it's CitizenCon, man. They're only doing it for them clickety clacks, man. Shame them. They're doing it for those clickety clacks, dude.
Shame.
It's shameful. Absolutely shameful. I'm sitting here just like you looking at it thinking, man, dudes, it should be like a celebration today. It should be a fun day. It should be a happy day. It should not be a negative Karen day. I'm very much live. Chrono. Right. I'm shaming them again, and then we're going to have fun. One more shame, and an amen to that shame, Pepe.
Yes, sir.
Shame.
Can I get an amen?
Yeah. Fun day. Happy day. I can't wait. Let's get the sound pulled on here. What are they doing here? Pepe, turn this down. I want to see what they're doing here on the window cam over here. Oh, they're hyping me up. Let's get that Star Citizen music going, huh? Hurry up, it's almost starting. Okay, how many technical difficulties today? How many technical difficulties? Let's put some bets down. Oh, wait, we can't do that on Twitch. Pumped up, SC music, getting pumped up for the day, yeah. I want positive. I got a new neighbor, by the way, and I don't think she's aware of the type of person I am, which is loud. So let's just pray for her today if we can all get an amen from my neighbor.
Yes, sir. Can I get an amen?
I'm sorry if I'm too loud. I just keep driving them away. Ooh, this is like, I feel like Star Wars Dagobah right now. Fucking gliding over sand and shit. No, Dagobah was a swamp. Tatooine, Jesus Christ. Look at me already failing. Pepe, I need to shame myself for a Star Wars fail right there. Can I shame myself for that? Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Pepe.
Shame.
Calling Dagobah a desert planet.
Shame.
When we all know Tatooine is.
Shame.
All right, I apologize. That'll be the only mistake today. Boo! Boo! I've been driving all day. By the way, we're gonna go big screen when this pops up and we go live. We're gonna go live to a larger screen. Still less mistakes than a 6 stream, right? I'm Limitless Factor is saying there will be 5 technical difficulties today on the Cloud Imperium's stream for CitizenCon. I would say somewhere around 5 is legitimate. They're saying, like, this is funny. I had to laugh at this. Because Christy thinks this is going to be 3 hours long, you know. Christy, hold on, wrong way. The second time. She's like, well, I pushed it. She's like, DG, I pushed it on my Google ad calendar, and it showed 3 hours, DG. And I'm like, I don't think you understand what we're in for. I just spilled water on myself. That's the 4th and largest technical difficulty. My entire pants are soaked right now. All right. Oh, shit. I just spilled water all over myself. I'm so excited. I'm getting wet. Yeah. That's a great way to start. Wet crotch. What are they doing here? What is this? Uh-oh. What are they doing? Why did that come up? Why did I get an advertisement for that? That was a sneaky ninja advertisement for Microsoft program. 37 seconds. Let's do it. Let's get in it. All right, guys. Welcome to DG 360. You are here watching CitizenCon all day with your favorite man, DG. Favorite alien, really. I cannot wait. We got 14 seconds. Let's see if they do this without... Here we go. I'm counting it down. 10, 9, 8, 7. Is it going to be technical difficulty? 5, 4, 3,
what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
What just happened?
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
Yes.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
Mm-hmm. The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like, their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the moves.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
Is what other games
how
need
they're
to
always
do.
interested
Show,
in
like,
what's coming up. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
Man.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
They really do make all this possible.
There's so many people, man.
I'm living the dream. We all are.
You are,
My
Jared.
favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one.
Yes, I am,
and if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
We're gonna have fun today. Yeah! I'm so geeked, man. I'm so excited for this. I drove down 2 hours to be with you guys today. And tickle torture my entire family.
Ever since I saw Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy, or a lovable road making my way across the cosmos.
When did it was this 2014?
Commander, and it's influenced everything I've done since then.
No,
10 years ago,
after
20 years of making
2013.
games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them.
It's a Kickstarter video,
now,
wasn't it?
I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on. But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting heroic.
Welcome to the fam, creme.
But also one that you can muster out and find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space.
I told you guys they might be along much farther in SQ42 than they've been leading on.
And I want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a
They
game.
might be dropping a serious bomb.
2 years ago.
They might be dropping a serious bomb.
Driving PC performance and cost, and the gaming community embracing talented developers via crowdfunding, I believe it is possible today. I've never been accused of having a small vision, and so I thought it was best if I share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's joined out, so why don't you come join me for a sneak peek?
Dudes, what
10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we've celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here.
Chris
When
is
I
looking
made
a little
the original
haggardly,
pitch
like,
for Star
man,
Citizen,
I wonder
there
if he's
were no
okay.
employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, with the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston.
Yeah, probably older. I hope.
The rest of the
I almost feel like he's feeling like he looks a little bit sick.
And finally Crusader with its floating cloud.
But yeah, it's probably just the journey, dude.
Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000. And we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017,
Progress.
32,000 last year.
Progress is happening.
The most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far.
You tell
This
him,
is
Chris.
a testimony to the hard work the development and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been, and the increasing amount of features and content that are available making for viable daily
Good morning,
gameplay,
Nate.
even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual
financially healthy and sound.
In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming this show from. All of this is down to your patience and support. Building a game of the scale, detail, and scope of Star Citizen as it is conceived today that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, with everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together.
Something from
visual
nothing.
Quality, the biggest AAA
creative,
games is
man.
perhaps
I love that
the most
shit.
ambitious goal that has ever been set
exactly
up
what I
towards
am.
in
I
gaming.
love it.
I am both humbled and thankful of being in the
not
position
easy
of
to
chasing
do
my
this
dream
shit.
to build a truly immersive universe. And it has only been possible by building it outside the traditional publisher system.
People who have been
with a direct
sticking around,
relationship to our
believing.
secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community
the only way
is
it's
a
going to
real
get done.
unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida.
Showed those last
Chinese Bar Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant. You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for
They build it.
where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future.
Nice. They upped
Here's
the
a
production,
dedication plaque.
man.
The only constant.
That's exactly what I was saying when they were moving in. That's what they were doing.
Constellation Phoenix, my favorite
That's
ship.
awesome. Up the production value.
Prototyped by
The
Roberts
shows.
Space Industries, commissioned from London shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain
That's
Jared
badass.
Huckabee. Jared, that wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
You see?
Okay, well, it's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
This is awesome.
We've been
Nice
talking about this on
transition.
and off since 2015.
I know. I had to do something to get you over to the UK.
Hey.
Wow.
That's what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction drink. Can you do
Awesome.
a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. No, I can do this really dry martini that we had pre-prepared before shooting. Hey, it's our first show. We gotta start small.
Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So what do we just do?
Well, the past 10 years and the future.
The
next
jacket,
10 years and beyond. And the community.
Oh, we did that as an area. Cheers.
And cheers.
Sláinte. Sláinte.
We didn't even plan that. Oh, right.
Wow. So,
little poof. That was a little.
That's why we didn't come in. So what do you think?
A little too much vermouth. A little too much vermouth.
Segment Cordamon. Voyager. Nice.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Night of the Roxbury. Yeah.
No, I don't mean Twinsie with you. No. Let me check the rest of the set out. It looks good on you. I'm not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh, wow. Look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The CitizenCon trophy. Wow. That's brilliant.
That's cool that they pulled it in.
You're going to sit in my chair.
I am. It's a very nice chair. Desk. We've got a bubble head. This is a great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should start the show?
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show.
All right, let's do it.
Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro.
Nice intro.
With our good friend Maximilian Kailish from our Frankfurt studio.
Pyro.
He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro system. The first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day. So take it away, Max.
A lot more than that, too, Sensei.
Very nice chair. We'll talk about it.
Good transitions. Nice intro. Everything's very tight so far. That's definitely a DG 360
intro.
My name's
Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today. I'm a senior environment artist, and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years.
Good. Thank you for chilling out with me, by the way. Thank you, everyone out there. Gonna have fun today. CitizenCon. Thank you for joining me.
I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still going to do like a polish pass on it, so not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on. So we had to make do with
what's going on
what we
Pepe, you checking this out?
So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun position a little bit to make it look
I love the German accent because I know that they know what they're doing.
And then you can see
everything
why
is scientific.
It's blue.
Everything is correct, or I will whip it.
Like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1.
Oh wow! Look at all those crystals, man! Look at all those.
We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too. We played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put
here we need
like
spiky
danger, man. Cover acids.
Spiky danger. Can I hear it for extreme vag?
Really wanted to push the shape. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here. Plants over there.
Lots of blue crystals.
So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then, this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plant set, and I'm happy that we finally found a spot to use them. So this is another spot I want to highlight. It's also important for us that we do add something memorable to each planet.
Thank you.
In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We try to push the scale of the assets for the Pyro system.
Big, intimidating
we felt like by now we got like the basic rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality.
It's a very erect,
so now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess.
It's
and
so
this
crazy.
Is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass.
Ooh, a polish pass.
But I want to show you guys
I bet
what
it needs
feels
polish
like
pass.
when you're in game,
it's good.
Walking around here. Now I want to show you my
totally, Shep. Totally, dude.
Biome of Pyro 1.
Kane approves.
It's this.
Ooh, this is like
here,
a Stonehenge feel, man. It's like a
really
Morrowind
cool
feel right here. I gotta.
Woo! They are massive in scale.
I like that. That's nice art.
Here,
loving that. Love this.
For
that's cool looking.
Yeah, it's possible to land your spaceship on them. It's probably really fun to, race through here. We can.
Oh man!
Imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well, because they do provide nice cover.
I mean, is this the final color pass for
Pyro? On Pyro 1 before we move to Pyro 2.
Oh, okay, that's Pyro 1. It's got like a bluish kind of. I like it. It's like a bluish gray kind of like wasteland. Yeah.
So now we're on Pyro 2. In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of
Oh my
colors.
God, I didn't even think about the different color of the stars, man.
Browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight here.
Thank you, Tech. I love you, bro.
The improvements that we made to how assets spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do. To
Thank you for joining us today, Tech.
From the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way.
All right.
Now we can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there yet. There are still improvements planned.
We saw some of that with the River Tech from the last Inside Star Citizen.
In comparison to what we had before.
Yeah, total Utah,
this is
man.
a big step forward.
Really nice, warm.
Also, what you might see is the drawing distance of
total
assets
like Grand Canyon
has been
mode.
Greatly improved. So everything you see here in the distance is actual geometry.
Wow.
So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see that this is, like cliff formations. And I think it looks really cool, like the silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly through the canyons. Yeah, I would do this in a spaceship, but I'm horrible
That's what
at
we want,
flying,
Tech.
So I'm just going to use
we want some wildlife, bro.
So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2.
Yeah, it definitely has a different
simple,
vibe, Steel.
But I think sometimes less is more. In this case,
wow,
what sets this biome apart from the rest of the planet is that we added these calcified trees, and they spawn in very dense clusters. So you almost get like little forests of them. So it's supposed to look very dry.
I love new places, man. I love this stuff. A lot of people go, "Oh, big deal, new places." I love new environments. I love the art of it. I love the feels and the looks.
The contrast that you have.
Like all the biomes so far, pretty nice. I love it.
It's pale, it's dry.
Right. We need wildlife.
In the background, you have like the nice, clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2.
Wow.
It's
like Oklahoma dirt.
Like a sandy desert, but we tried to add like a lot of different geology assets, different mixes.
This is the color
bushes
of
and
Oklahoma
grasses.
dirt.
So it's not like a dead desert,
Dry
but
veg.
it feels kind of lively. And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs in the background, which are pretty dark. And it's another nice contrast of this planet, where you have like the saturated red terrain.
I would if it didn't get copyrighted, fingers.
Bedrock. So jumping to this point here, what I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover assets to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone. And then if you combine it with ground cover assets, the result is really successful, how things blend together and the amount of detail that you see on the ground.
Oh my goodness.
So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the the accent color of Pyro 3.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So from this distance, you can see through the volumetric clouds, like a lot of the yellow coming through.
Is Pyro a blue star? What color is Pyro's
what's making
star?
it look yellow, which is the moss. And I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right.
Wow, man.
So like
got
the
some
right
prairie
level of
going on
fluffiness, and density. So it looks really nice when it like covers
a lot of these
rocks.
planets look inhabitable.
And then
like
we
right
also
off
have
the
like
get-go.
lots of
Yeah,
smaller
I
moss
saw that
on
in
the
effigy.
ground.
Whoa,
combined with, like, yellow
holy
grass.
God.
And it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to
See that
make
wind
this
blowing
biome
across
look
the grass
really
like
dense.
Wow.
So we pushed the amount of acids that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage.
The color, man.
Compared to Hurston, for example, Hurston and Microtech, which are probably
Like
our
Idaho.
densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use a OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral, coral geology set to have some of the yellow also along the coast. So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through. And eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas.
A lot of us don't take the time to look, we just stomp all over it.
We played it a bit safe and only used one or
level.
two acid sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast
What's
as
up,
well,
Star Force? Welcome to the stream,
different
bro.
kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks, and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation here, but we did add a little bit of vegetation to this region to make it a bit more interesting.
Dig it.
What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the amount of detail
Is
on
there
display.
harvestable on it?
Here we have like nice little flowers.
I bet that's harvestable.
These like knots or whatever, like pots.
Harvest that shit.
And it's just like a really cool
Selling
acid set.
So
when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around, just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
It's a pyro, man. Wrap that shit up. Aren't you gonna sell this on the market, man? No, man, I'm gonna smoke it all. Right.
Pyro now we're punch. On Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system.
Personal favorite.
Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will be. They will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish highlands.
Where's the lava? Where's all the lava
not a lot of like verticality, not a lot of trees.
Just trying to stay
so
positive.
Everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller acids that we scatter on the terrain geometry.
Wow, I love the geology. The geology looks great. The colors look great.
The amount of ground cover acids on display, the variation in color, but it's all grounded by like the color of the soil. And it just looks like we have
interesting color on the vegetation. I like the mix.
Sets on display here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called I think it's called a fire stalk.
Fire stalk?
Yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a
I
little
go to
bit
Pyro
of
to
color
3 and Pyro
to
4
the
for
area,
my best smoke, man.
and make things pop. Then we have these ones here. I forgot the name of the asset set. Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher. The texture resolution is a bit higher, and they just look more polished and nicer, which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech, and give the trees there like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural.
Done here in 2022.
So if we go down here, you have like the red grass, and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so far. So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us
definitely need some space dinosaurs
really
like Primal Razor.
Interesting concept art, because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game so far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship so you can see the scale of them. So they're massive in scale.
These rock formations
the hardest
are trippy.
Part about getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something
I'm getting
this
Game
big,
of Thrones vibes.
To be visible almost from space. But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close to them. Let me jump in game so you see how big these rocks actually are. So they are massive in scale.
So you can see how big these rocks
on them
actually are.
Walk on them
in your face.
They make you feel like really small.
Wow!
But I think it's a really good visual that you have these like dark gray rocks against the crimson of the soil and the grass.
I dig that.
So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain.
Give me some alien beast that looks like a dragon with 3 heads on this shit.
Is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking out of the volumetric
We need to populate
clouds.
these with
you
more
can
objects.
Probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here, which is something that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress, so it's gonna change.
Yeah, guys, it does have an NMS feel
biome
for sure.
Diversity along the coasts before. I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes.
I don't know. It's the most abstract one I've ever
So
seen.
this
You're right,
one is
Explodo.
kind of
But I kind of dig it. Dude.
Sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles.
Yes.
And then we also get like nice seaweed.
Now I want to see some lava.
With the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map, or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map.
Oh, wonderful
this
geology.
Is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater, and you can see it all the way out in space.
Wow.
Like this whole region is one big crater, so it's a mix of like the global displacement.
That's awesome.
Texture.
Lots of battles inside that crater.
Height maps
There's going to be a lot of battles inside that crater.
Spawning on top. Plus
yes,
the
this is Pyro 4, the last.
Make it look really
I believe Pyro 4 is
here.
the last planet.
Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater. We wanted this to feel very
Pyro 4
spooky
bubble.
and grim and kind of dark. So we have these
I love
dark
this.
fantasy
this is
forest-looking
wow.
trees,
this is by far
which look kind of creepy.
This is by far my favorite
right here. The red grass back from the previous biome. We go down to the surface of the crater. You can see that we added this dark forest-looking tree set. Some creepy shapes.
Oh man, this is what I wanted. Now this is the Pyro I was feeling.
Looking ground cover assets, and this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe without your
Mordor
suit on.
Yeah.
So far we looked at 4 of the pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons.
All right, here we go. Here we go. I feel like this is where we're going to get our like craziness.
This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like a long streak of
it's a giant
obsidian.
Anal fissure.
So let's fly down to the surface of the streak and have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down to form the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations, and then down here they feather into these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here. And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in the right way, and everything looks like nice and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it almost looks artificial in a way. Acid-wise, we're using one of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4.
I feel like this is, if you're a miner, I'm feeling like this is the place
a bit of polish. So we improved the shapes, different textures just to make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight
totally dig that glossy vibe going on here.
To
this
make
planet
this
is very
area
glossy.
a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel
you got to
too
hold on to
samey.
something.
And it's always nice
Slip
to
all
have
around
like,
this
the
planet,
occasional
this moon.
pocket of vegetation.
Right,
to set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand.
This is cool. This is cool.
The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the obsidian crack, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time.
Wow.
So this go-to point I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like kind of just dark gray, black.
Like whoever put these colors
the desert
together,
I just
man.
showed is also light gray.
It's like professional.
So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red hues.
Their art department, man, is like
the occasional biome.
Phenomenal.
It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation. And it looks really nice how
I know. I was
the
checking
red,
that out right above me.
Creeps up
See where
into
Explodo's
the
saying, look at the gas cloud. Check that out over the
background.
horizon. It's amazing. Pyro 6. This okay. So that we're going over the moons.
We're going to end our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like I really like the yellows.
This looks like
and
a giant
pale,
turd, though. This one, I'm saying this is the
beige
turd moon.
tones of the terrain.
Turd moon.
And then you have another blue ocean.
We gotta get close to it to see, but this is turd moon.
As you
turd
can
moon
see,
6.
The terrain is kind
I'm
of
never going to turd moon
ridden
6.
by craters.
I'm not going here.
And we get these really cool shapes
here.
where the ocean fills in
moon.
those craters. If we jump all the way down to the
There's
edge
corn.
of one of those
If you
craters,
jump down to the edge, you can see the corn.
So now we're at the edge of one of those craters.
Very crusty, very poo-poo.
I'm
not down with this. I'm not down with. I'm not down with poo-poo 6
along here.
No poo-poo 6.
You can see that we
I don't like poo-poo 6.
Some dramatic.
More work needs to be done on poo-poo 6.
Coral shapes.
This is a poo. I smell it. I can smell it through the screen.
You walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here on the left.
No, they need to do more work here.
Work in progress.
Yeah, I was going to say, so, I can tell this needs a lot more work. 6 still needs a lot of work.
And,
yes, you do.
Viva
Vipio if you do not do this work on Poopo 6.
And then we're right at the edge.
Do this work on Poopo 6
and
now?
I really like the color of the water.
Ooh, the color of the water's pretty tight.
The
dude.
Of the white.
Wow. That's really cool. Yeah.
Over here,
the color of the water.
I want to introduce you to our
very much psilocybin 6.
Mesh.
Psilocybin 6.
His name is Rüdiger. And he's super helpful when we set up object
This is going to be our favorite planet, man.
Because you can immediately see
Look at all these stars,
the scale
man.
of assets feel.
There's so many stars on Poopo 6.
Situation, like he adds context to the scene. He spawns every time that object
I think this moon used to be a water world. All the coral are on dry land. The water must have evaporated into stasis. Right, that's cool, dude. Yeah, I'm going to love the lore that they bring in for every one of these.
Assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them.
Not that we endorse it here.
And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally
it's a fun day, man. It's a fun day.
Spider-looking.
Right? We're having fun here on DG 360.
So this spot here is really nice.
Why am I?
Because you get,
Pepe,
like,
there's a space in between me and
the monochromatic terrain,
Thank you, Pepe.
the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds here. And then if
I left them at Christie's.
The sun and we make this
dark
on
my head.
And I jump in game, you can see how drastically
I've been on psilocybin 6 too
the
much.
Skybox impacts the lighting when you're on the dark side.
I legit thought I left them there.
And the Skybox is just it looks really good. So this is the Skybox for the entire Pyro system. So you will see it on every single Pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here.
This is cool. This is cool, man. You know, there's other streams right now that are probably like mining their salt, getting pissed off, like, oh, great new places. I love this. I personally love this.
Excited to
great to see the artwork.
See you guys
cool to see the colors.
For the first time, to hear your feedback.
I can't wait to get there.
There's still work that we have to do.
Yep.
But I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I
Jay, you damn made me choke and die, dude. Jay, that was perfect. Jay, congratulations, Jay. You are getting yourself... Jay's getting some Bezos cash for that comment. Jay's getting some Bezos cash. Congratulations, $10 of Bezos cash. Thank you, Jilton. Woo! CitizenCon today on DG 360. Welcome to the fun. Welcome to the party. Jay won some Bezos cash.
I'm warning you.
Woo, Explodo! Getting it out, thank you very much. Thank you, Jilted. Thank you, Explodo.
Next time it's gonna be glass.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, these biomes are all quite beautiful. And yes, Tech, I'm sure he has. That's how they get their clickety-clacks, right? It's like they gotta get them clickety-clacks. Wow, did you see that sunrise? Beautiful. We've determined they are smokable, Explodo. Exactly. Space Nugs, Space Buds is acceptable. Space Nugs also, we will accept that. And Fireweed, which you gotta be careful with that one. Oh, man. See, this is what I'm digging. Oof. Nice. kidding me? Beautiful. Look at this. I gotta get in the moment. Hold on. Yeah, I'm swimming. I'm running on an alien moon, Mom. Look at me, Mom. I'm running on a... watch out the gas cloud. Oh, no. It's gonna... my eyes are burning. Okay. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Wow, this is awesome. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Get out of town. That's amazing. Get out of town. That's amazing. Yes, I love this new set.
Well, he's a game developer.
They're listening to
a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks.
He's actually probably upset.
When are we live? Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee.
He's getting better. Applause for Jared. He's getting a little bit better.
To the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers.
Awesome.
And Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts.
Boo! No.
You were looking at me and you thought I was going to forget it because
not a big Aaron Roberts fan myself.
I'm not good with titles.
I know.
I've had 6
Brian's
of my
cool,
own in my job.
I dig Brian.
I can't check it. So
I like your dig.
That's what I was going to be first question.
Don't let me forget they're on top of my head, Chrono. Got to take them off for a moment.
We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since
I like how the background changes
every time
on
we
that
talked
window.
about changing the stuff up and whatnot. Like, what should we do? And it was always
awesome.
Like, we should build a
Remember we were
spaceship.
talking about they need to build a set
someday. But we did it.
No, it's cool. It's very cool.
Sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with. Right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our
that might be a little too far,
presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. A brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system.
I do too.
You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community.
We have the Bar Citizen on the channel in China. If you guys are interested in seeing the cinematic they made,
great experience.
It's pretty cool.
Learning a lot
we just made it.
The community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people. In the events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me, actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea, had a nice Bar Citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food. Great
I don't know
fun
if Ava
stories.
would like that.
While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties.
The cinematic at the China Bar Citizen was awesome. It's on the channel,
we
by the
couldn't
way.
hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So we're talking about the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was...
I just flew in from 1943.
We'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay. This was
what is this? What is this?
I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll. But the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Which is really cool.
Yeah.
Which is incredibly cool.
that guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the
That's
camera.
cool, man.
There we go. That's very nice.
Yeah. Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back to the spot.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess
and
it
then and then from Singapore. Yep. Really cool.
Man, look at this.
Singapore, and while we were there,
Asia's stepping up.
Oh,
it's kind of cool, man.
Everybody at the event.
There's nerds all over the world like us, you know?
Get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one
I
side.
dig it. I dig it.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Wow, that's awesome, man.
We got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up.
Dude, Brian's been going around drinking, having a blast. Brian has been going around being like cloud
and then there's other stuff in there you can pull some
drinking.
out if you want.
Brian's got a good job right now. Let's hear from Brian drinking all over the world. Brian's having the best time right now.
You can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore,
unifying citizens and alcohol.
I think there's one in San Diego last year.
Brian has been the ambassador for unifying all alcoholics
in Singapore, and it's made
all
by
over
the
the
community,
world.
and it is what is that?
God bless him. What's this?
Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's like it's metal.
It's proper. Yeah.
Flashy.
Okay.
Flashy.
Well, and there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
Everybody needs to chill
viewers
out.
Are. So before we do move on to the
don't worry
next
about
thing,
it, Jared.
Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary. 10. It's 10 something. There was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is,
10
it's
years.
10.
Right.
You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you on the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years.
Brothel Citizen sounds like a great idea, Explodo. I'm down for that.
The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
That was a good one.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody.
Oh, he's bringing up the sandworm.
And just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It was something you're at that level.
Not a lot of us have forgotten that one either.
The excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off, and you get this feedback. And it was my first basically interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that
time. Can I get an amen on that one, Pepe, please? We won't forget.
I always
never forget
love to do and like to do, and you know haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons. Is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch the whole watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, with people in the community and so forth. Meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see again and all this sort of, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is.
Brian's like, get to the point, Aaron.
For me, it'd be too hard. To
Look at Brian's face.
All right,
Aaron.
There's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really that ability to be amongst.
Brian's like, I got more drinking to do.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right.
And then we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right, what is
the
Star
event
Citizen?
after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. he basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep in the in the station, stuff like that. But no, it's just like
what did he say?
I mean, it's.
Aaron, what are you saying?
It is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people.
Got to be clear and concise, Aaron.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
He's good.
Here at CG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage, and sitting with them on that
Aaron
last stage,
always blubbers around, man.
He and I, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other crew. And he just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year. I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us, dude. He goes, oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO
dude.
And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like, before and after Gamescom blocked off. And I'm like, you took PTO? He goes, I told you. I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just... Yeah, it's there are a lot of stories, and I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on.
By the way, these guys are employees
that's
and
enough
PTO,
chit-chat
right?
At this point, let's get on to
They're
our
actually
next
working
presentation.
for us. Just so you
Design
guys
brief.
know.
Investigations.
There's work being done. These are
one
employees
of the most common
for a
requests
legitimate
we get from,
company
the community
that's killing it and
is
crushing it in a bear
is
market.
To talk about things at
Let's
their
hear it for
earliest
Cloud
stage.
Imperium.
Tell us what
Crushing
you're
it.
just thinking about. Not
Crushing
necessarily the next thing.
All the haters going to hate, they're crushing it.
Share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work. Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction
I thought he was going to say sexual.
And investigation.
I thought he was going to say sexual.
Here we are.
I was all down for that. He said
when
cerebral, and I just shut off. I swear it was going to be sexual missions. Why can't there be sexual missions, Pepe? And why did they steal our intro? It's orange and blue like one of our intros. They took it from us.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm the principal systems designer.
Elliot, it's our boy Elliot.
I'm here today to talk about the new mission types we're playing.
So this is an early look, a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
Extreme Veg.
So a mission is built out of objective types, and the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much
Elliot's doing good work. I like Elliot on the show.
The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside.
Yeah.
And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person, or pick up a box, or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together.
He joined us on one of our Inside Star Citizen reviews.
Pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle.
He's actually playing the game.
To get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in
Okay.
FNT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation. Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage. Detective is going to be our focus.
Detective,
The experience we want to give players with investigation missions.
So I can be like the dude from The Expanse with a fedora.
That they feel like they're.
I just talked about him on Friday morning stream, actually.
Ultimately answer the question that's been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings, and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue, and make sure you fully understand it before you make
brain missions.
The detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into, like why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the players to use their brain rather than their gun.
We need better AI.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective.
Cool that they're doing this, though.
I will give you a story. I will give you little bits of
cool
clues,
that Elliot's doing this.
You have
I like
to
the
make
idea.
Up this full
Very cool idea.
And decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right. You might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that.
Exploder. Listen, it's when they first put this out, it's not going to do good. But I like the insertion of the idea.
We have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned.
Yep.
So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player.
It's probably Elliot's idea.
The most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until one. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get your answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, I did it kind of thing, that would get you the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we like the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when
it's going to be really simplistic in its first implementation. But by the end of it, what I would like to see is AI actually functioning correctly, and NPC being a major part of that profession.
And we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story. So the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping.
Yeah, there was an initial investigation mission, Razor, a long time ago.
Happen in the most restricted location we have.
I want to see this progress to where NPC and the AI can handle it.
Interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him, you can find a corpse, get information off it, you can loot
the cyberpunk mission,
box, get information off it, and then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people. And we're looking into being able to
doing great. Thanks for joining us here. Hello, thanks, man.
Download data from it.
Welcome to
one of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story.
Right,
the
Jay.
Investigation will live and die by its story. So we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell.
Got to put those writers to work,
what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point, we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way. Keypad locked doors, enemies. Like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance
that it doesn't glitch out like Nate said
without putting mission markers
after 3 hours of work.
Like it is supposed to be about searching, figuring.
There's another reason I like to be a PvPer
and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobile glass, which should really help with this.
Cool. New Moby Glass, man. New Moby Glass.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject
I like that they're inserting this in there. You can have plenty of salt being thrown at this, but I like that they're inserting this idea in it. I wonder whose idea is this? Is this Luke and Elliot's idea?
This, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically.
They're just developing upon an idea that they actually originated a few years back through
player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
All right, let's hear it for the boys there. They know what's up. We need more gameplay.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy.
Mr.
And
Pappy.
Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good.
These missions. We've got combat missions.
Why do they have Brian and Aaron in the background there, just in the
this
corner?
This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Precision Universe. What can you add to what's being said?
Did you see them back there? They were in the corner like...
How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's, again, we're still trying to figure out.
There they go. Get your drinks on, boys.
It's a really interesting technical
Brian knows what
challenge
to do.
Because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story. And so, but because we need to populate the universe, like it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate.
Pappy always has that look like he's an animal in the wild,
and again,
trying to figure out where the threat's coming from. Doesn't Pappy look like an animal in the wild where he's like looking for the next threat?
Way that lets him kind of take advantage of all of our systems.
I love it.
Kind of
no matter where Pappy's at, every interview I've ever seen with Pappy's like, and then he's like navigating.
It's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the
he's always like that
with the
and he'll talk and then when he's done talking he goes back to
the rope, so we want to make sure that it
watch when he's done talking he'll go back into like
and interesting. So
I
like
love
Dave
him.
said, I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to
right,
figure it out.
right. Tech. He's waiting for the next.
Fun thing about it
he's waiting
too
for the next
is
bomb.
This is a type of mission where we don't just. It's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities. Of you think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Precision Universe as the sandbox, and I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities.
Right.
In the Precision
That's
Universe.
what we want.
So like that. So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? Like I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. For at least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a arduous process.
And Jay, it's a bold move.
Climbing up that hill was a difficult one, but to finally get that out and see people's reactions and.
Do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no-go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything. We're ready to go. And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right. Launch
crazy work stories.
Do you recall that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on
to
the
a
next
crazy
thing.
cool job that would be, though, Such a crazy cool job.
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. Actually, it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris, after, at that point, I'd been on it for a couple of months, of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff, was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. That's one that stands out for me huge as well.
That was.
I mean, the cast that was there and
all the stars,
how
man.
you dealt with them on a daily basis, and the passion that they had into the script.
All the actors, all the famous actors that got to
and
meet
it was
those
these sort of
people.
fun,
They were
weird
probably
things
like little kids, man. They were just like, oh my god.
There was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So.
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up.
I like that they're chilling.
So, I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave.
So many people are in a rush.
It's time to move on to our next
These
Journey to 4.0
have
presentation.
No patience, man.
The new
they can't
Underground.
Appreciate hanging out
we
and chilling and vibing.
What you think you know about underground facilities, and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
Thank you, hello. Thank you, dude. I like to chill and have a good time.
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland.
I'm
the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover
this dude's killing it with the art.
How we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started. Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now, for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your player, you should be able to navigate
bigger bases,
towards.
bigger bunkers.
Like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down, it's very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars.
I would also like to own one.
Facility because we wanted that experience.
Just going to own it. My organization's going to use this.
Not far off from the location. They're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a
little FPS
area where the player
lands. We're going to have these all over the place.
Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, processing and tanks
we're
and
just going to take
actually on the landscape.
We don't need to build them. We're just
now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape. So we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here, we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations, depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top,
grab,
got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below.
Hacking.
Now moving on to the inside, so after the player's landed through the hangars, to be brought up into the main corporate reception.
Evolution
now these are going to be quite
bunkers,
interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's
smaller towns from the larger cities.
But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, just an example of what an airing reception could feel like.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
Now, moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down, and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now, ultimately, we didn't go with this idea. It didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with.
Looks like the original hangar.
Noting, we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So
size
on the
matters.
top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. Maybe underneath
Not quite sure, Sager, but we'll be here all day, dude.
Nooks and crannies if we want to stealth into the location.
Thanks for joining us, man.
Give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So Now they're really started to get into the bowels of the facility.
The bowels.
So echoing of that control room down below. But also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargoes to the left.
Dirty.
Maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above.
Tentacles.
Part of that process of how we design
is
we look at things about from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is a pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as
Exploring
possible.
those bowels. Exploring those bowels deep. Taking a deep dive.
Moving on to
bowels.
zone 3. So this is the bowels of the facility.
What is with this dude
so these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before.
What is with you,
A lot of the locations in the game.
Here we have the anus.
Residential.
Here we have the pucker hole, if you will. Now imagine you're flying down this large anal fissured tube. And when you get to the end, it's a little...
Primary purpose is not for you to be walking around. So we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where, big trucks
Is he going to say bowels again?
We've also got like little nooks
the large
and crannies for the place to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics,
he's got to say bowels again.
Please
let him
say
say bowels
with
again.
Vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the mule kind of going on one of these walkways.
Say bowels
maybe
again.
There's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is
we're
a
all
ladder.
to say bowels.
With all of these play spaces, as we would do, having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's
we
the
are all
concept of
on
a
pins
cargo
and
elevator
needles waiting
within
for you to say bowels.
The corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. Maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly.
Just wait for one word.
This would already give
I am literally waiting for one word right now.
Not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that
if you are immature, welcome to DG 360. You'll love it here.
Other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that,
welcome to DG 360, Explodo. Exactly.
Would go split hierarchy.
And
so
we're proud of that.
Pretty cool for FPS combat, for opportunities there. And then leading in underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now,
an architect
part of this
reviews
could be this stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse.
People would click it too. That's
so what
the
we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. Also inside here, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break rhythm of traversal. So the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that
they
will
probably told him to stop
is
saying
create
vowels. Like,
a
hey,
really
dude.
good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in.
You guys
as well.
are cracking me up right now.
This is how, again, we're going to try.
Thank you for being here today at DG 360, by the way. Big applause, Pepe, for our fans here.
Now, going from a large corridor set to...
We love you. We love you.
Medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will
Thanks
link
for joining
into
us
the
today
primary
and having some fun.
Traversal route. So these, again, will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing. And these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now, from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now, as the player's traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now, what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space.
Right.
Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific. Just so that in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, a processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles.
Sublime.
One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect.
Can I get an amen?
We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, seeing that reflect into the space.
Sublime. Sublime.
Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with
we're sticking
ways
on these
in which
vowels
we
right
could
now.
I'm warning you. Thank you. So it's not all just industry capabilities. There's also going to be technical areas dedicated to control of the location. So what we're seeing here is
I need to be transported away.
The main map
what's this?
room. So this is where the control, the networking of everything. And also on here, you've got the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here.
I want one of those.
But also
I need this area.
And also as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water. We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle, they go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design.
Nice concept art.
About interesting opportunities.
Good concept art. I like the idea of that. They're just trying to create more
lastly,
concept
Zone
for
4.
people that
now,
like to do missioning.
It wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it's been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave. There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment, or, you know, with the roads kind of peter out. And as part of the roads, you know, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces, you know, maybe there's a large boring machine
here
still
we have
there.
The sphincter.
Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player
You'll
to
notice the log.
Traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that,
guy's really
another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more
lots
natural
of browns,
spaces,
lots of brown tones, lots of muddy, lots of pissy yellow tones.
Maybe we're
guy really, really into the bowels.
So depending on the location,
gas.
maybe it's on a certain planet. There could be like underground rivers, underground lakes. Maybe it's lava. Maybe it's acidic. And also, if we're describing these locations as maybe some more abandoned,
some gut biomes
start
right
to
here.
Showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities.
It's actually my
another process we do
Chipotle
during
yesterday.
Concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And
they're actually doing some work. They're doing some work, right, Cooper?
Brought into the engine,
like it,
quickly lit, just for that exploration process. That's an overview.
That was for the people that were saying, you know,
pushing
it's just
for the new underground facilities.
It's just concept art. That's for the people that were saying it's just concept art. They're like, hey, we're doing a little bit more than just the concept art, you know. Cool, cool, cool. All right, dig it. Lots of bows on that segment. Lots of bows. Are you guys hanging out on DG360 having fun today? Thank you so much for joining me here. Thank you. I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I will be right back, guys. Couple steps away.
All right. That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland.
It was like half of a poo.
Ian, why?
Probably gonna have to.
Why are we redoing the underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location.
Is he going to say Bowls now?
So it was
live?
On
He's going to say Bowls live.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memory, drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander, and we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make it, so that was That was a good fun.
Yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed that.
I was not originally on your team. It
doesn't look like he enjoyed that too much.
But it was good.
Possibly why he talks about battles a lot.
We kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and we was super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element. That players can go and explore, but whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to all these elements go into all the design elements, when we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically, when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2. And
yeah, Squadron
and these are coming to both
the
Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else people
expect it to.
I'm not saying because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. This one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing wise for the universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, that's going to be fun.
Yes.
We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the Robert Space Industries.
Yeah, everybody's underestimating Squadron 42 Explodo,
going.
It's actually going to be a banger, I think.
Because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom.
That happened to me last week. It sounds like mine, man. If you missed last week, Mom was on the phone with an Indian service tech. It was very exciting. Join us here at DG in the morning every Friday at 9:30
Well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward
EDT.
to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight Experience, Flight Comp feature team. They keep changing their names as much as I do.
Is this the filler piece?
They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems.
No, I have
and
not.
The exciting
420.
solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back here.
I'm telling you. Is Anarchy working for Cloud Imperium now?
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt.
I'm going to talk with Anarchy.
Gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're going to talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems.
Okay.
Which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe.
I can't until I watch it with you, Ostentatious, so we will watch it next week. Next Friday, we'll watch it.
We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen. A lot more
better
opportunity
atmospheric
for
flight.
Different careers.
I just want overall better atmospheric flight.
Different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big, expansive game.
Let's hear it for some danger.
Lots of chances to have.
Let's hear it for A2 danger.
It's not just about combat. It's not just about an economy. It's not just about piracy. It's about all those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
in trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we've started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game.
Good.
And the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. You know, and also it's to make sure that
Squadron 42 translates over to the persistent universe. That's not right.
We're putting the ships in the right place because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
Maneuverability.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there, attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at end versus end engagement. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance
of most of us know this. For those people that don't,
a lot of medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well.
You can find this
got
information
that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships.
In the physics.
But they're not really good at killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about.
This guy's so nervous about saying the wrong thing.
Kind of several years.
If every ship is the same,
these poor
guys. It's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
Okay, here we go. All right.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed. We've tried adjusting handling at speed. We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting. And it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer
to
and
DCS.
To be more turn-oriented.
Make it just like DCS and I'll be happy.
Matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
So
there's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience.
I said they would nail down the flight
and I'm very proud to say
42.
that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
Okay. They're doing work, by the way, guys, in 2022,
the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences.
Oh, you should.
This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high-speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before.
It's like an Elite Dangerous
thing. But in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship function.
It's like a fucking Elite Dangerous
costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things a ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
Limiter. So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system. So you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, Quantum Boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use Quantum Travel to do very long-range jumps between planets. So Quantum Mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do Quantum Boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional. because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields.
Dangerous.
Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically, all your capacitor and combat-related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel under threat,
I don't know if I like
close
this.
by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe.
I don't know if I like this.
You can switch into quantum mode and escape.
It's not feeling good.
This is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
I don't know. I have to wait till I actually play.
Going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items.
The vibe I'm getting right now, guys, just so you know,
define ship roles
the vibe DG's getting right now
block people from escaping,
I'm not
either
liking
using
it so far,
devices that suppress the quantum bubble,
like an Elite
or
Dangerous
devices
that
model can effectively
in terms of attacking
interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes.
I'm not quite sure I'm cool with this.
For example,
I'm gonna have to wait till it's in game to play though to give it my final verdict.
They have a higher standard control mode speed.
I don't know.
So they're able to catch up with people, or for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship, which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us.
Yeah.
And this is working now, and we're playing it every day in the studio, we're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there. But we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing.
Think about what they have to do in Squadron 42.
They're in the gameplay.
Think about the NPCs. Think about the missions they got to go through. They have to slow it down in certain parts.
Because the speeds have been limited.
So everything that they learned in Squadron 42, they're sliding over to the PU. But I don't know if that's the right thing to do here.
The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit. And their afterburner
flight model, when dealt with NPCs
to make it so that you can
SQ42
orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference.
Yeah, I'll just have to wait.
Similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
And I get that. That work was done in Squadron 42 as well. And
this is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low.
I don't know about
this. We know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be. For PU.
Playing with master modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you find that you're in
I'm just going to have to wait to try it out.
Close
I'm just going to have to try it out.
I think
but it sounds like an Elite Dangerous type experience
when
to me.
we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted.
Why does the game all of a sudden look like Elite Dangerous? Like, is it just me, or like them flying around?
So it's been a really long journey.
Look like Elite Dangerous all of a sudden.
You've been part of this journey.
Did all of a sudden that look like Elite Dangerous?
We've tried many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But, the reality is, from us, it came down to what it always is in Star Citizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. So with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom in the universe we have is just like it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as designers.
I like the flight experience overall, but I don't know if I want it in Star Citizen. I was looking forward to something brand new.
Let's just give the players the choice and let
I would much prefer a DCS type system, at least an atmosphere. At least an
we
atmosphere
finally
like
have
a DCS
it. So
type
we're
system,
now nailing
flight
down
experience.
the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, I don't know, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in
design.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That internally, that we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So thanks a lot for listening
is always key
to us
in
today.
a PvP
we're very, very excited
scenario.
to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And
Speed gets you
hope to
those
see
positions,
you
though.
fighting in the verse.
All right, I don't know. That was really 50-50 for me on that segment. That was really 50-50.
So I've got, out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nyx love my Lando Fever. Of course.
I thought you were going to say something about dicks.
Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long
I bet
time.
there's a lot of people getting angry right now over hearing
my
that.
cargo hold is always full of.
I'm going to hold my judgment.
Really?
Hold it.
Show the camera.
All right, John Crew, lift our spirits up, man.
Right. That's Vandal Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again,
Vandal Against Humanity.
John, I dropped the cards. This is gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it.
Boy,
the
they're
team's been
sold on
super
this
hard at
flight
work
experience,
for quite a
aren't
long
they?
period of time on this.
They have to do it because of Squadron, but I don't know
how many versions of this.
I don't know.
We're sort of run out of
really
interesting names to call all the development builds. We're onto fish names.
May I say it? I think I may be scared about this new flight model working.
It's been a lot of work
into
this.
I have to play it before judgment. I hope it's right. They sound like this is it, boys. They sound like this is it, boys.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while. Yeah. We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us
here.
Why isn't this just going to be put in the PU experience tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't know.
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience,
Squadron 42 is getting closer than we thought. Than a lot of people
all
thought.
Work together.
If they're nailing down the flight
we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU.
Which is a good thing, right? Limitless. That is a good thing.
It's a scale thing.
Which means Squadron 42 is a lot closer
and then the other thing
to being
is
finished than
lots of it ties in together with other systems.
So
it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go, well, here's one bit of it, here's another bit later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
Are we going to drip feed ships and like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
We have to do like a broad tuning across the board for everything. Day one for when this goes into the PU. Hopefully by then a lot of those will be really where we want them. That as with game development,
I mean they're really confident on this flight experience.
There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera. To my camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing.
They can always continue to like tweak
things
the
right
flight experience.
There's only so much internal testing you
can do.
For
the most part, it sounds like their flight experience model is done, and basically Squadron 42 is a lot
folks
further along
watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and
What idiot out there thought that there was only 6 or 7
All right,
ships in
you ready to move on
Squadron
to the next
42?
thing?
Are you
Absolutely.
fucking
All right,
serious?
so we've been bouncing
Who's
back
out
and
there
forth
tweeting this
between
shit?
you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro and then gameplay stuff with investigations and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility and then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals
happening live right now.
Lorville, beat me at camera 1. Lorville, Star Citizen's first landing zone. We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech, New Babbage. We've built Orizon on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt.
Live saw it happening. It's like when I woke up this morning and saw my Twitter feed and saw there was Vandal Mask Gate going
They're
on.
getting ready. They're already underway building a
was
brand new
pissed off.
Lorville
I understand.
Redux.
I actually agree with what they were saying.
We'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxine Guidon.
Today let me have a fun day. What do you say about his dog?
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland. Check it out.
What do you say about his dog? Journey to 4.0.
Hello, my name's Ian Leyland, and I'm the
we're going to talk about BIOS.
And today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0.
I totally agree, and I hate that I say that, but like, I didn't need the salt today, you know? I wanted to wake up salt-free and be happy.
It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet, and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes.
I'm so happy to be here with you guys today.
Babbage, Orizon, we all developed more techniques.
Thanks for joining me today, guys.
Back internally.
Welcome to DG 360.
Back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Look at these sets. My name is Eric. Look at the crazy amount of money in these sets right now.
For Star Citizen and Turbulent.
This is so professional. The production value right here is so professional.
About the Lorville 2.0. When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of different approaches.
Oh, I remember this dude. This is like the interior designer, remember?
A side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on
Ava's
that
hometown.
is for mainly gameplay issues. Because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale, you know. We have nothing in that city, they build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of length and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my 2D background and concept artist to make the best as possible concept art
I love this
with
dude.
all the techniques.
I also make nice cozies for drink. You put crystal glass on top of my nice cozy.
And at the end,
I stitch a cozy together.
To create
the best colors on my cozies. And you put your drink on your cozy.
To sell the mandate to the people.
The people love the cozies.
They make sure they
put anything on these cozies.
Project. And they could say,
fabulous cozies.
Well, okay, now we are Lorville 2.0. And we're ready to moving on that.
Thanks, Eric.
Ready to moving on
that. We had a lot of fun.
Are we ready to moving on?
That cityscape.
Cut,
now,
please.
We're not
yeah, move
just
on.
In
move
concept
on.
Development.
Move on
We've
to Bao Guy.
Passed our white box milestone internally.
Now we're going to talk about Bao's a little bit here.
And he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour. Mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste.
Okay, he's an artist working on Star Citizen project.
Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0.
Okay.
Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
From the concepts done, it was time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we're keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon this
evolution of the cities that exist. Whoa, who said that? Who told you that?
The transit system.
Who said this was happening? Who said this was happening, by the way?
Extended out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates. It's going to continue to evolve.
All of these planets will continue to evolve,
moving them out. And so, throughout these tests,
people think that what we have now is all we're going to get in Stanton. I just had this talk last week. We are going to expand out and out and out. Thank you for being right.
This layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it.
ArcCorp, they're going to build out the other areas.
Feel more
I just
like
had this talk.
Believable city.
Literally, just
we hope
had
it
this
to
talk.
be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it.
There we go.
Building arches,
some XGR
bridges,
racing,
and like underpasses, and it makes it interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community.
Of Black
players,
Maze is going to love that. Black Maze is probably
like
tripping right now.
Emergent gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way that we're building the city, we are starting now the gray box. We have like
that's
Montreal's
cool. That's cool,
tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and they are we're chatting with them, see what we could,
Lorville kind of went the route of
tools. There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around landing pads.
We saw this about 2 or 3 years ago, how they could just randomly generate things.
And these are the places where the players will be able to
This is
to
partially
land.
that random generator we were talking about, the city builder,
to the interior,
about 2 or 3 years ago, that has been in development for a very long time.
Later.
You're going to see additional cities and towns. This is exactly what I expected to happen.
We started as a team of two artists.
Cities start to grow
on Lorville,
and towns start to come about.
And we could even be like more soon. Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important.
Make it kick-ass.
So I hope you'll like what you see.
That's cool.
And we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate because it's gonna make such a huge difference.
Sounds like the dudes is gonna expand the overall population on planets.
You guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format,
in terms of buildings,
really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon.
Now this is the art director, so it's his responsibility to pump out more and more buildings and cities. It's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. Whoa! That's some spicy veg right there.
So you've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS, or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And
keep it dangerous, man.
No-fly zones.
Keep it dangerous.
They were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, we want to keep the player experience and the maximum level, so it's there.
That was a good one, man.
For Lowville, as you've seen, we want that experience to be as low as possible to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings.
Right, Pez?
It was always something like as we progress through the land zones, it was always like,
welcome to the fam, bro.
One day we'll get back to Lowville, so I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
And we discussed the art pipeline.
Hey,
for
that's great,
years.
Razak. Thank you for joining us
we're here
today,
for
man.
celebrating
First
our
time
10th
chatter,
anniversary
long
this year. We've been
time.
talking about how games are developed, and
Welcome
we've
to the
gone
stream
through the
today, bro.
pipeline.
We're having lots of
From-
fun, man.
From white
Join
box
in.
to gray box to stuff. Where would you say Loreville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art. We're in the final art phase. So basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory.
True, Explodo.
Interestingly,
True, very true, dude.
grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. So we're always trying to keep the team on the toes, but grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's but when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, really good engine look dev. I mean,
Jared's checking his tweets, and all I can see is anything about the Vandal
the
mask.
potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Loreville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things
all these
will
little
be in
kids,
4.1,
man. All these
4.2,
little kids and their
4.3.
clicking
We'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody follow the
all
project
these little
long
kids,
enough knows
and then
that
like
that's how
all
this
the little
works.
kid
But
content
everything you're
creators gotta
seeing
jump
on
on,
today's show
man.
here is everything
Get them
that's going to that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now.
We're reporting it right now.
4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and
Oh,
so forth.
Jesus Christ, kids.
And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego. The JRDF contest, our partners at JR Design and Fabrication, create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful Star Kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No. Look at my Star Kitten dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
What did it smell like? JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving
very seriously down there. Very serious pumpkin
all right,
carvers
so we've
Texas.
rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this. I'm going to make the audio guy. I was holding it in my hand because I got it.
That's very creative of you, Fingers. Let's hear it for Fingers.
Resource management.
For making a macaroni cartoon. Wow. You are a virtuoso of macaroni.
The project. Back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay. That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down to down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and you fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project. First as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship?
He's so excited about his new set.
And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible,
Dan is a
the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships.
A large
so
Viking
buckle up.
god, Dan Truffin. Come here.
Eyes forward and take it away, Dan and
Come
Thorsten.
on. I like Dan. Dan's a cool dude.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
He's one of my favorite devs, man. Really, what he did with mining is amazing.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes,
I had to turn
tanks,
the volume up a little bit, guys. Let me know if the volume levels are off.
You can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships, where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones. Everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
The man's not using any cue cards, man. It's coming straight from his brain. They might have it written down there by notes, but he's
have more
just
control
his
over the
passion.
powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs, And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical
player-driven content.
And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly,
teams
and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that are broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job, trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what
this man understands all the nuance that is needed to have that micro. Oh no, what is going on?
And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use
Cloud
the ships,
Imperium.
This is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly
There we go, Dan. There we go, Dan. Now we're talking.
Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated, in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items in their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support you have to maintain, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor.
So level of difficulty is raised so them kiddos can't play.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items, or sometimes dodgy items, depending on
the quality.
You will be able to control which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes.
They can't even put the E on Drake when they painted on the outside of our ships. Strack.
The actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, have to do there. It's basically defining the circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships.
Cooper got me.
So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other, and what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control,
modifiable components.
The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
Through UI.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is a concept that you experienced already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up. And we would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life.
Yes.
So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet what everyone would like to know is, where are we with all of this right now?
Yes, where are you? Where are you? This is why I love Dan. This is
Currently,
why I love Dan.
we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network.
Okay.
With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
This is so dual universe. Like, the component aspect and linking the components together, man, has a dual universe vibe on it. The dude just passed out. This is wonderful. Oh, wait, wrong button. This is great. Give us that extreme badge, man. This is awesome. This is awesome. Being able to grant security to other players only is going to make it much harder for pirates to come on board and do anything in terms of fucking with the system of your ship. So that's kind of cool too, that should be talked about.
Fire expulsion.
Much more control over the ship and the ship systems itself makes for really cool gameplay. Oh no. Come on, Cloud Imperium. Don't do this to us. Cloud Imperium? I knew it. You knew this had to happen, by the way. Like, eventually, this had to happen. Should I refresh? I'm going to try and refresh. Are you guys getting it? Hold on. I'm refreshing. You know it. It's got to be. It's got to be. Oh, God, Bezos. Pepe. Hi. Can you believe Bezos is making money like this? Even the commercials.
All right, go get it.
When it comes to lasting relationships, we're thinking of every mile. The new Hyundai Tucson. It's your journey.
I'm sorry.
When you start with better ingredients, better pizza, you also get better papadillas, better cheese sticks, better yummy this, and better tasty that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. Get any two or more for just $6.99 each. That's Papa John's.
Americans killing themselves slowly. Uh-oh. Oh, my God. What is going on here? Okay, we're turning on. Okay, here we go. Wait, we're back. Okay, I was going to go. Okay, we're back. This isn't even my fault, Pepe. This is Cloud Imperium's fault.
Players suffocate.
Okay, there we go. Woo! Right, Noob, come in. Hey, Noob, how you doing, buddy? Noob, come in. During that technical difficulty, we were like, oh, no, here we go.
Venting and filling
How you
rooms
doing,
with
Noob? Good to see you, bud. Boy, they got their volume really low. I got to pump it up. Let me know if it gets too loud, guys. They've screwed up their volume. Thank God I got a board to work. Wow, check this out.
And making players suffocate again.
Dan really likes that. Dan really likes to watch players suffer. That's great. Don't F around with Dan, man. I definitely want some sexual gameplay.
Extreme bad.
That's value-added gameplay. Get your mind out of the gutters. So you're able to link up these particular assets? I like it. It's very dual universe. Lua based. I wonder how detailed they're going to get with this aspect of gameplay, you know? Each one will have presets on it. You put it on that particular portion of the ship, and it relays it through the entire ship as far as the commands, restrictions that you're putting on in terms of security, and ability to network items within the ship.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management
physicalized
system.
to the
but
ship,
with
right?
a system that is this big and
Pretty
complex,
cool, man. It's
we
what
do not
dual
wanna
universe
rush it.
does.
We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning.
I
So
like
let's
it.
talk
That's
about
awesome.
what's next for the resource management system.
I like the idea of it. I like the idea that that's what they're going with.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with a press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets.
Right. It saves your
And
preset
after
on
the
the key.
initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
And I bet you can swap out keys with different subsets.
We started talking
or
about resource management
pre-saved
about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system, and this has been an interesting journey. And finally, we're starting to see the fruits of our labor.
Steeled.
And
That's a
we're
hilarious
starting to
comment,
see
bro.
all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open.
They're
up
having
to the
connection
players
issues,
in the
man.
future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players, where every decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you.
All right,
and
Dan,
we
I
hope
like
you're
Dan.
Happy with all this progress. Have a nice
That segment
season.
was very well put together.
This Star Citizen Singapore card is really cool. They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was that was Dan Truppin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system, and joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but
yeah.
But I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very
like,
exciting.
This to me brings the
Personalizing your
interaction
ship.
that we want in environments,
Absolutely.
but also in ships.
Absolutely.
So like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. One of the components. It's not the only thing, but
but it's it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. Like it's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
Being able to make, imagine Siege of Orison, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
But then it'll be introduced into buildings.
What's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be
very personalized.
A lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hulle, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships, because things will go wrong. And if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy that's sitting here, it's like, don't hype, manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. I'm just, this is the part of the thing that I've been.
You're allowed to be excited, man. You're allowed to be excited. Yeah.
All right. So
don't let the kiddos
ping pong
get you down.
From the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship talk, talking ships. Our annual,
one day Jared's going to explode
celebration
fingers.
Of vehicles, new coming to the pipeline, vehicles coming straight to flyable things, something in the middle. That's going to star John Crew.
Oh, goodness gracious.
And Ben Curtis and Paul Jones. And I'll let them take it away.
It's normally when they hit the transition marks that they're having these issues, connection issues. Oh, talking ship.
Hi everyone, my name is John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and Paul Jones, Concept Art Director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favourite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice features of the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area, accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board.
It's got a nice ass, but I'm not too sold on the front. And it does kind of look like a
tank,
retro Carrack, but I dig the ass end. I'm not sure I like the front.
Cargo capacity left over.
I'm not sure I like the front.
A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs. They are arranged in 2 vertical
I like only the ass end.
Gravity-dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the 2 sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out, and doing your bombing run, and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously, the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels.
Does look like the Normandy from Mass Effect.
We really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience. Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship, but when you get into the module,
can somebody buy it
you've got
and
lockers,
then name it the more
space,
special
space to put
666.
any sort of personal belongings. Essentially, you go into 2 elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really makes the E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof.
Can we strap a Vandal mask on the front of it?
When you're in this kind of shared VIP area, you can have great views and be able to kind of like explore the berths in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. And then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in the module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and
dude, I would
experience
really dig that
luxury
skin,
living
Pez. I would really dig that skin, dude.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of
yeah,
core of
I
the
think
ship
I got a video
changes
on
with
it.
each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you actually have
what's up,
like other Crusader ships, you have these side by side.
Welcome to the fam. Grab your chicken soup.
They would have behind them their living
Welcome to
quarters
DG
/
360
area,
Dream
and
Sentinel.
component access,
Dream-entional.
and then you have
Good
the
name,
variant
good name.
section, which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this.
I don't know.
And
I'm mixed
seeing
on
what it
that.
can do
I'm
in the
mixed
game
on
in the
it.
future.
I like the ass. I like the ass end. Drop it like it's hot on
Something
the
at
ass
the
end.
very
Not
start
so much
of
the
our
front.
vehicle production pipeline.
Does
to
look like the
something nearing
Normandy a
the
little
end
bit,
of the
though.
Pipeline. Let's talk about the Drake Corsair next.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the Corsair.
Drake Corsair is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of
Don't listen to what John said.
various
It's
usage
important
and
because
roles,
it's Drake.
such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size. Sort of
my friend. Help me. Help me. Thank you. Yes, you can. Drake. This advertisement has been brought to you by Pez, supporting the Drake.
Got a sizable
manufacturing
cargo hold,
line, the entire line of Drake.
And it's kind of got everything that you need to really.
Dude, so hyped. First time DG 316. Been a long time YouTube acolyte. Was watching CitizenCon. Remembered I'm on Twitch. Yeah, hey man, congrats. Love the first time chat, bro.
It brings that sort of
welcome 3-dimensional
no frills approach to the ship. And
thanks for joining us here today, dude. We're having lots of fun today,
man. It's
man.
Something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to kind of repair and get back up and running.
Don't be sorry at all, Pez. I was
so fans when they see the ship will immediately see the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the Spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. It's got that military, easy fix kind of feel. It's loaded with guns, loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Inside it, so I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up.
He does a bit. He does a bit.
Style. Being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars.
How's their volume? It seems a little low. Like their volume. I'm doing a lot of work really on my board here.
Exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works.
They're all over the place.
At the moment, we're just kind of finishing up on final
How's that,
art.
guys? Better?
Most of the exterior has had, the majority of its core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do.
Low?
We've still got kind of like final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials till we're kind of properly happy. But it's in a good place. So
okay,
really,
cool.
Really excited
you guys keep me posted on sound.
So let's take a look inside
They're
the
all
ship.
over the map.
And once again, we'll go front to back.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit in that the pilot is kind of sat right up front, and then kind of classic kind of Drake stylings, the co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor. That transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot kind of section, it's you move right forward and you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives great visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing about this cockpit is, again, you've got these massive guns that stuck out either side of you. So it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its amenities. As you move back through the ship, there's a small kind of crossroads directly behind the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret access. So it's right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective.
A lot of turret
especially
work.
Forward firing, which, again, the Corsair has so many guns pointing forwards. Having an extra 2 turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got, you've got the remaining 3 crew quarters that, being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed.
I like that.
You've got somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it. The main habitation area, though, is, if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got a shower, it's got a toilet, whatever. You've got the kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive. And then right in the heart of the habitation area, there's a large kind of sizable seating area, and that's not just for the crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into like the rear half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew,
dude, I'm loving this. I'm loving the looks of this, man. This is really good for me. This is working.
Sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space. With a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in.
For me. That's
and
Drake
one of those you
deliciousness
have
right
the
there.
side airlock,
That's
which
Drake
again has
deliciousness.
suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for before you go.
Look at that bright
into
yellow
EVA
paint. Very
or
unusual
docking
of
or
Drake.
coming back
Very,
out of
very
before you
unusual
enter the rest of the
to
ship.
see paint that's
Then
not
you've also
chipped or
got
flaked.
the lift, and the lift not only goes down
This
to
Corsair,
ground
this
level,
Drake
but
ship
it also takes you
took a
up
little bit
to
more
the
time
roof of the ship. So if you do
because
want to go
that
on
paint
a quick spacewalk, or you need to go and repair something on the exterior, then you've got kind of easy
Drake's
access.
paint is not shipping on the Corsair.
And finally, at the rear, you have the main cargo hold, which has space for an Ursa rover or similar-sized vehicles and down, along with a significant cargo capacity.
love all those levers, man.
You know, being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it.
Nice touch,
all
right.
the mechanics are exposed.
Right.
You know, you can really see the workings of how the ship actually
Look
operates.
at this fresh
You know, fan
paint
Drake,
in my
it certainly ticks all those
Corsair.
boxes.
So I think the
Very
Corsair is a particularly
unlike
cool ship.
Drake,
I
to
love
put
the
it
styling
right
of
there.
it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think it's just going to be a great, fun addition to the game, giving those sort of players who enjoy that Drake experience
There's no
their
chips.
slice of the pie.
There's no
and you'll be able
flake.
to experience that
This is an
yourselves
interesting Drake.
And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Grey Cat STV.
Okay.
Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves, and something that we really want to
Little dune
help
buggy.
support
Little dune buggy
from
action.
within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which
Grey
is where
Cat
the STV came from.
So the STV is the Grey Cat
Get your
sports terrain
shots.
vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the
got that Grey
PTV,
Cat.
but it brings it
Man.
out of the hangars, off of the
I knew
tarmac,
it.
and
I got
onto
the Grey Cat.
much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped sport styling.
Yeah, it's like a
everything
little
you need to
dune
run
buggy,
around
man.
on the planet. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognise a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV,
Little
which
dune buggy
is
Jeep.
the utility terrain vehicle.
Yeah, there's the
And
dune
we've
buggy.
actually
That's the dune buggy.
reconcepted
The
PTV,
other was the Jeep.
and we have
Right, that's the
concept
golf
of
cart.
UTV.
Golf cart.
And when
dune
you see
buggy,
all three side
Jeep.
by side,
All
you'll
three.
see that family
Right?
resemblance.
There we go.
The
There we go.
interior again is similar.
There we go.
Design language.
That's what we all
simple
wanted.
layout, easy to clean. That was a big
Never
thing
asked
for
for
us.
it, but hey.
Even though we
All
don't
right,
have, like,
we got them
pure
all.
mechanic.
Golf cart, dune buggy, Jeep.
All this sort of builds into the sort of visuals of the vehicle. So
Put a winch on front of that STD. I mean STV. We want a winch on the STV.
So you can actually see the bolts where you can just quickly whip them out. And so all of this thinking goes
All right.
into those kinds
Grey
of
Cats.
wheels are a big feature. Large sort of rubber mud guards.
Oh, you need those mud guards.
Just there's lots of subtleties. In
Totally
terms of
want a
the
winch.
roll cage,
Totally want ropes.
the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but for us, these are all part of making
Grey Cat should make a cycle, shouldn't they? Grey
So the
Cat should just
STV
be like a basic
delivers
motorcycle.
that gameplay that is you and a buddy
What's
out exploring
up,
over our planets.
cream?
We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with big multi-crews. But what this really
Thank
allows
you,
you
buddy.
to do is get down on
That's going to help out pay for that car,
one of our
boy.
many
Thank
planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of some cargo space in the back. So if you are out there doing missions,
My real life car, by the
rather
way.
than having to fly your ships directly to
That I
where the
almost
mission
died
is,
in.
it allows you to land slightly out there, slightly in a safer area.
For those not
You've still
following.
got space to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need, and get in and out nice and quick.
Compared to the Cyclone RC, which is a sort of racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the games we've developed before.
Got to bring in
A
that
lot of us
racing
are,
audience,
petrol heads
right?
at heart. So I think being able to
Dudes that love
build
to drive,
on that kind of gameplay
to race
in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
Ah, yeah. I'm going to have to miss that after party they're going to have, but
the most
you guys let me know
important
how that
aspect
turns
of these
out.
inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options.
and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big RSI
I had to
Orion,
tickle
which
torture all of them severely.
the scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The Mole is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice.
Okay.
So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these three options.
What are you guys voting on? What are you guys feeling?
Over to you, Jared.
Type it in the chat. Let me know in the comments once this hits YouTube. I want to know what you guys think.
All right. So the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the Robert Space Institute.com website. The STV is coming to
Swabe,
the PT, coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comm link on the robertspaceinstitute.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John, recently, you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on,
That's certainly
on what
one
happened.
take.
To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we've actually done this
because like they're reading the
for
tweets right now.
Ivocati, which
And all these little kiddos,
did not
man.
come out before
like all these little kiddos.
live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds. Like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
off-road. 120
Are you
miles an
guys
hour
seeing
is
some of these
terrifying,
tweets come across,
especially
man?
on,
I'm looking at my Twitter feed. It's
Star Citizen Planet
crazy.
with rocks that
The kiddos are going nuts.
So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be. So we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people would get to see it in 3.18. So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 3.17.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's still not out yet, John.
His little taste, what it could be?
When you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development. So the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure.
All these kiddos, man.
Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine. Yeah, that sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon Shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name.
Is their site having issues right now?
Abbreviated like the 3 Cs.
That's hilarious.
We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together.
Can't log in.
That's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat
Everybody's
STB,
like,
which will be our straight to
Man,
drivable
these people are making
vehicle,
money hand over fist.
going live on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast. That's an exciting, push in the Grey Cat.
Yes.
In the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah. It's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV, we're like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like. Because we had the PTV, people have seen the big Spider miner from back in the day. They're two very different things. There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and we're like, here's the reworked PTV, still looks how everyone recognizes it, but it sort of works with the modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version, let's do a utility version, and so we've got those three together now that you can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
No, it's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you, we've got one small thing left, and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first, and then buckle up because
what is gonna happen?
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those
a lot of people
things
saying it looked
have
like the
evolved
Normandy
in the years since.
Here
so get ready. We're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
Lube up, team. Big surprise coming. Ooh, their sound is all over the place. Pepe, you working that board good, buddy? I know they're not professional. I know. Listen, they're upping the value of their set. Everything's looking good. Jared's on point. Don't bitch today, Pepe. It's a good day. Ooh. Look at my marijuana, I'm growing. Look at these bodies, they're glowing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. 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 Ooh. Yes. Here's a secret super big surprise. Squadron 42 will be released. No, just teasing, just teasing. My neighbor's gonna get upset at me. I have to pee. I do. I really have to pee, Pepe. I'm going to pee my pants. I maybe poop too. That's disgusting. That's toilet humor. Nobody loves that here. Everybody loves that here. Everybody, including my neighbor, loves that. There you go. Fingers is doing it, right? Right? I like Fingers is singing right now, man. Our lyrical genius Fingers is type rapping right now. Appreciate Fingers type rapping, right? No, it did not. No, it did not. 2648. I'm loving this, man. I'm loving the vibes. I'm loving the feels. Oof. My goodness, man. Yeah, the vibes off of that felt
lifestyle,
good, dude.
A glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
All right.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Doing good.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today. And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
Squadron 42.
What you think?
I think it's very nice.
What's going on
Very
here?
good. I'm just going to ask everybody how
What's going
things all
on
day.
here?
So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
I'm going to say I called it if it's what I think it might
yes
be.
And no. So,
we got a yes and no.
Me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built, not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU. And we're just
because a lot of people would make you think that in 2022 nothing's
Squadron
happening.
To allow us to really polish and make sure the features work well, without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have.
Welcome
to
DG 360,
because we're
an
finding
adult channel.
It was hard for us to really finish the
we're
features out.
Men
we'd
work,
get a tier 0
progress
out, and then
happens.
we'd just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying, in the setup that we're doing now, to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it would be really useful to come by
DY.
Tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that in today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise.
Keeping stuff close to the chest. You mean that happens?
And so,
that happens.
Why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about
everything?
Things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still
my bot went
work
rogue.
for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always we were working on features that pushed for both
projects.
Right.
So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or you can I can take a few features right now. You think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron. Really,
I mean, come on! This is the longest cock tease.
But fundamentally, it's better for the development of the features,
with the cock
and it's better for the gameplay experience that we'll both
down to business.
In both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation.
They're saying literally
sort of
nothing
that
we already don't know.
Used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay.
I'm going bongos here. Come on.
About,
to make sure it feels well
bongos.
And right, with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release.
Oh my God.
It's not just
I'm dying here. I'm
that
literally
one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams.
I can't do this.
Huge amount.
You're gonna have to sit over here, Pepe. My heart.
Do one of these
I'm
having
palpitations.
Eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished. So it's not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels.
Don't want Chris Roberts' hand gestures. Come on, tell me what it
is. The benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. We're seeing it on our side. I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side because we're sort of telling you, oh yes, it's going to be much better.
I totally did.
You've got right now, but we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's going to, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas where we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS,
grumpy old man,
players moving around on foot, interacting with things. The vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles. Like the sort
there's
of
no more hair on
speeds,
sections of Nate's cat.
Also, the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU.
Okay, all right.
Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the hood, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the hood and the MFDs that's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind.
We know
and
this.
So there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation,
what is it? I want to see a new star map.
Combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here.
Hold on, we got incoming salad vibes. I can't do it anymore. Salad vibes. We got
incoming salad vibes.
Watch out, we've got incoming salad vibes, man. Like, what is going on
here?
here?
Over the next couple of years.
On.
We're pretty excited. So we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features and got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception. But,
okay, so let's look at it now, because you've all talked way too long. Somebody get on this shit and direct them.
We're fairly advanced.
Go to it now. Let's see what you're working on in Squadron 42 that's going to slide over. And let's do it. It better be good with all this talk. It better be good with all this talk.
I think we're about ready to get
Let's do it. What are we doing? Building an actual Aurora or something in the studio?
Aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that.
Quit worrying about the kiddos and just show us. I sound like an impatient kiddo. I'm shaming myself. I'm going to shame myself for being an impatient kiddo.
So yeah,
shaming myself for being an impatient kiddo.
Is this enough preamble?
No, I'm taking that shame back. I'm taking that shame back. We're at CitizenCon. I want to see it.
You were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing, and how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, we've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU is one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take to my
We've
my
had these talks before. I know we've had these talks before.
and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal.
Yes.
In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it because also we want you to be able to
Jared's moving the cup out of the shot.
If you have a gamepad, we need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been a number of large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game. Like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff?
Hold on, one more. Oh my God. What is...
I think, there's a lot of people, it's almost like...
Warning, incoming salad vibes.
Thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen.
Remember when I said I wanted Chris to talk and make an appearance?
I'm
taking that back. I'm redacting it. I'm redacting it now. We've had all these talks before. Would you just get to the
By the way, these have been
please the ending
for quite a while.
The ending of this is really
Rich, back when he was
not vibing with me.
Come on, gameplay group, which was the
come on.
The weapon teams and the actor tech teams.
Flipping the table.
That was on the list of things to do. It just, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone through, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go.
This is like that scene in Clockwork Orange where they
you just want to be able to go over there and you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F and the game should know. Yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to look at the ship. I want to look at, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, and we have the user
persistence
interface
is
tell
important.
you that,
we know
this.
We get it. We know this. We've had these talks 1,000 times. Now let's
so I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's
got something you can throw together for us
across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls.
Oh, you didn't know this, Cooper?
And then on the other side of things, which is
okay, well, I guess it's good for people that didn't know.
It's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have painted areas to show you
what do you
where
think Chris
you
is thinking right now?
You need to navigate. But that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen's built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system. You can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button. And that is kind of just for your local environment. And everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, input box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface
They're delaying
there.
Nutella Squadron 42 is delayed.
Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next
I mean, this is good for Star Citizen
Live. And then we've
Live,
got the other side
but
of
this
things,
is not
which
good
is
for
radar scanning, which is what we're calling
CitizenCon,
like a charged scan wave, where it's the same system. You're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas.
Okay.
And that's where you're looking at, individuals. You're getting, okay, there's two guys over there.
So you're getting a ping on the ground.
There's an NPC over there.
Okay, so you're getting a ping on the ground in an FPS radar format.
And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay
right.
pervasive.
Okay,
that's
cool.
Something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away.
Can we see this?
But they're also, so they may or may not.
Can we see the work that was done on this?
If it's a player, they absolutely will be.
That's great to
That's
hear.
all underpinned off the signature system that we do.
Can we see this work in a presentation that doesn't involve you guys rambling?
It's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it.
Perfect alert.
Which
Welcome
kind of
to the
ties
fam,
in
bro.
with the player interaction.
Good timing on that.
How you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking.
Good. We all need a radar. We all need to know our position. There we go. All right, video.
We have two videos. What's the first one?
So the first one is more kind of
how it
showing
should
what
have
I
started.
described with radar and scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at
All right.
FPS radar. And
FPS radar.
Pi 1.
Here we go. I'm excited. Okay, let's see this.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. This is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI doors. And then here's a scan
That's what
wave.
I'm here for, buddy.
I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you
they're
can
simplifying
with.
the UI.
You're getting
they're
confidence
simplifying
of,
the
cool,
UI even more.
I can grab that. Or
Very
I can use the
cyberpunky.
data pad.
Very cyberpunky.
And you're not having to go into interact mode. You're not having to be driven by the cursor.
Yep.
You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games.
They're simplifying
the
movement too. They're simplifying placement. They're simplifying movement.
So we wanted to make sure that system is really robust.
Makes sense.
But hopefully it gives you kind of
cool
an
with
idea.
that.
And I'd also say that part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can use as default action. But the icon, you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in
I believe so, Limitless.
Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, oh, look, I can X to do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now. And we don't want
Show
to
us the next one.
Set
up the
totally
next one.
Because,
set up the next one.
Playing games like
sorry.
In FPS games, you run around with
Set
WASD.
up the next example, please.
And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around.
Please set it up. Tell them, for the love of God, set the next one up, please.
Hopefully it'll be much more intuitive.
Thank God for you, bro. I love you, Pepe.
Squadron or
you keep me on point,
and that
buddy.
default item actions is a good,
keep me on point
because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables.
I love you guys.
Want, the
big round of applause to our group here today on DG 360.
You want it to be always free to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there. Right click on an item.
Fucking love you guys. Thanks for chilling out with me today. I'm having a blast with you guys.
It'll bring up the wheel, and that will replace that
even
list
through all
that
this
we have
blabber
right now. And
you guys thought I was bad
in the game. Like 3 clicks, and you go. I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go and have it. It allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default. But then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they already got. And
we're wondering the same thing. We want the next one rolled up.
They can do that out of the gate, so it doesn't always go into their hands.
They need a Pepe over there.
They have that.
They need a Pepe directing.
To interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one.
Okay. There we go. Thank you, Jared.
Go into playing it.
There you go, Jared.
So I mean, the second one.
Jared's almost
falling
asleep. His eyes are getting droopy.
Kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radon scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge.
They're going to get so much heat from this.
Much more risky because it's noisy and
I can tell you right now,
scanning,
there's going to be a lot of heat out there for this segment of the show.
Like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner.
People were set to hear that Squadron 42 is done, and now we're just seeing like some kind of simplistic game mechanics that we've seen in other games.
It's very useful.
Right? And I can tell you people are going to jump down their throat for this. I'm just telling you right now, the content from this portion of the show is going to be insane.
So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you when you're in situations
know your market, right, Nate?
Outnumbered, and you have to. It's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
FPS 2.0.
So what you're seeing here is that
all right. Now I'm interested. Now I'm interested.
Essentially, what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls.
Okay.
Now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now, these slavers don't necessarily have a radon scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charged scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location.
Easy mode for
PvEers.
So
if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored.
We're going to make this really easy. You're going to see everyone ahead of time.
Then they'll be like, "Hey,
here's
I've just been pinged," and they'll get your location. And
here's every single position of every NPC.
So what you're seeing here, on that video, is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls. Whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope, and you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, "Okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with?"
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm down with that.
The second one is more of a wide escape, like said.
Yeah, but they said that when you use it, you're more easily detectable.
Where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a
who knows though? Who knows? I'm not too impressed with this feature. I'm not too impressed with this feature.
Temporary picture, and you go, "Cool, I've got a good snapshot."
I want something to show me on a nav map, tactically speaking.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related,
right,
just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe.
Right. This is absolutely more for Squadron 42.
Traverse the universe to get around.
You're right, dude.
I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements.
This is more a Squadron 42 thing.
Mantling over ledges and
it'll slide to the PU though.
I mean, Legend and Ladders is kind of
best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels. And then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it.
They better finish big.
So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's, to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now.
This is going to be ammunition for the kiddos, man. The difference
is night and day, because when you're in a first person,
it's going to be big ammunition.
It's very difficult to judge right on the edge.
If they don't finish big here,
so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, it's improved ladders. But again, is if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall. You're locked. You can't look around.
Is this
you have
seriously
no spatial
how they're
awareness.
ending this?
It's just, that's it.
Give us
you're
more
locked in.
fast.
You can't get off halfway. You can't jump off.
What?
You're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
They feel like
exactly.
they feel
so
culpable. They feel like they have to answer up to all these things about no progress in 2022, right? So they're talking about it, but they're not showing us much.
So you can
and they're
going to
get serious
heat. You can jump onto a ladder directly.
You
can
finish big.
You can run
I'm telling
jump
you
onto
right
a ladder.
now.
You can look around full 360 degrees. You
What
can look around
is
90
going
degrees
on
if
here?
you're going up. And it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, it doesn't feel like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look
Natronics,
around.
I love
and
it.
Then,
I love your bullet point list, dude.
That opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So it's,
because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. You already see a little bit where you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. Even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of physical.
It's a good conversation. Listen, it's a good conversation. It's just
we're building.
It's misplaced. You understand, Cooper? I feel like the conversation should have been produced in an earlier segment of the show.
Move things around and they can persist. There should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design. Is like, in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. Do you stealth around? You just take it on head on, and start shooting, or there's a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've taken it difficult first. So those are all things.
I beat my younger version of myself. Thank you very much. I won that. Thank you so much, Razor. I appreciate those biddings, dude.
We've got a video to show, but we're still, some of the finesse of the animation detail
that is
to come.
actually
so
young me in that video. Thank you, Space Pixels.
But
thank you, bro. I love when action happens on the stream. Action!
Motion capture stage here that we will show you guys.
And love and support. Okay, here it comes,
guys. At some point when the Manchester Goods yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that
Some
I did
applause
with
for Jared. He knows what's going on.
It will be in a much
He's like, okay.
Anyway.
I love him. I love Jared.
So,
I love him.
But I would say definitely that we got details to come. Like, for instance, if you
Jared knows what's
just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person.
He's a Jimmy Kimmel in the making, I feel.
Body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. If you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the blockout animations, but there'll be much
Chris
more
is ignoring Jared right now. He's
version,
just like, I don't
probably
even want to deal with Jared.
Yeah,
I'm going to talk to Ian. Okay, here we go.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
Absolutely.
So this is taken directly from Squadron 42. It's obviously test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, You can go straight into
little bit of
the
that
pull-ups.
Mirror's Edge, man.
And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily just have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump onto halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around to the left, to the right, and you can jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Wow.
Character movement evolving.
Got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah. So
we're gonna find an elevator.
They have to work. They have to work on animations.
And we jump
they have
across
to work
and
on
get on the ladder
animations,
there.
but that's cool.
And
that
again, these are all the
doing
block
this.
out animations. I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But the other thing as
Back
well.
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about
parkour
the
and
traversal is
pyro's
while we're
here.
highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here. The other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on
They've needed
things
to do
like
that for a while.
the control input. So, for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really, really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad, or you are using a joystick, or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really, really pushing forward to make better.
In all aspects, right? Because, prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it.
Yeah.
And to make everything a lot more fluid, looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, like on a bigger level, right, we've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's, physical interaction. We should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect.
Is Jared making a paper airplane
in space?
Can we get a shot over to Jared?
For instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy. Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some.
Yeah, to be honest, a lot of those systems are. And when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull.
But we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. You still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances.
In first person.
But it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you're not got these legs that
I hope I like it
beneath you.
I hope it's better than what we got.
But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, so you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled.
Pepe, I love you.
So you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction.
I know you
and
would.
you will keep going in that direction
be like,
until you change.
You do this to me.
But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's similar to the IFCS on the ship, but it kind of like counters forces it and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do.
Pepe is like yelling
we want
over
to be
there.
able to turn gravity in ships and that you can take those down.
Well,
I can't say that. That's not
part
cool
of the
to
plan.
say.
I mean, we
Absolutely.
even, in the resource network,
Pepe's getting angry, man.
That's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, 10 years now, I suppose. That you can go into those tight areas. You need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what
He's
your
very
orientation.
well hung.
And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup. Is
he was in my shower?
Not every space suit is EVA capable. So we're gonna separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push.
Did he say rocket pack?
You can move along surfaces. You can push off against.
Did I hear
them.
rocket
you come close
pack?
to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction.
I do happen to remember saying something about a rocket pack in lieu of a parachute. Remember that?
And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction.
Who talked about that?
And that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay.
I'm calling these things left and right. I'm calling them left and right.
Boarding action or something.
Like a professional.
You need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack. Or you're doing repairs out in space in your spacesuit with an EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jared. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context. Because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important. Right? So
that's how we're
right
all
now,
feeling
everybody
right
just runs around in a big suit of armor. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back.
But jetpacks confirmed.
Have a flight suit on.
Talked about this. They're listening to the channel. They're listening to us, man. They're listening to us.
Wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there.
I'm
so we
sure
want
of it.
People to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron. And
Stop
then
his hands from moving.
In the PU, that's definitely coming online.
Pepe, I know, I know it's hurting your head.
With the physicalized cargo.
We got jetpack confirmation.
And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage.
I don't know when they're going to shoot the other. I don't know when they're going to roll the footage. I don't know. They're just taking their time.
Okay. In Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in.
Can you play your professional
song
at the
your
end?
Outfit and switch quickly
we
into
are.
another outfit.
We are, buddy.
Switch into this
clothes,
spacesuit,
armor, everything.
Yeah. So we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video. See what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
here we go.
The EVA. This is what you're seeing here. Is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person. The thrusters are not firing because.
Yeah, it's the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with the proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected
Come on, and for CitizenCon, you should
have
put the pack on.
It's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your
this
mouse
is the
and
new
look
look.
all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along
What are
here.
they doing?
Not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands.
Exactly.
Okay, I like how the camera, like, remember he was talking about the camera?
Third person
Like-
here, you would sort of see us moving our
Okay.
hands around. I think we'll see it a little later
Improvement
on.
in camera
There we go,
movement,
here we
first
go.
person.
So
Okay,
we're just
here
sort
we
of
go.
pulling
We're
ourselves
walking with our
along.
hands down
And if
here.
we wanted to at this point, we
Okay.
can stop and we can push off against it. And then we would just go
We're
floating around.
walking with our hands
So
right
that's
here.
the sort of idea
Here we
of what
go.
we call push.
Third gravity.
Push-pull.
Touching. I like it. I like
so
it.
what you're
So
seeing
now
here,
he just pushed himself
There you go.
off.
Oh,
so what you're seeing
okay,
here, that's
okay.
actually kind of, you're just floating
There we go.
alongside the
All right,
actual,
this is better.
this
We're
thing
getting back
at
on
this
track.
Asiata station. And this is actually keeping you in this orbit.
Oh,
And then
all
if
the
you did- and
operations,
that's
all the
just- you
stealth
just
ops
push
are going to
forward
come
and
into
go,
people's bases
where
like
you
this.
can actually jump off
I'm
into
gonna be
space.
sneaky.
But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have 0G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around an EVA. And then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA.
There we
and
go.
allows us
Ninja
as
mode.
developers to
I
build
like the new
EVA
camera
traversal
modes.
spaces,
I like
both
the new camera modes. I like the new
wide-ranging and both
animations. The
small-scale.
animations are
I
good.
mean, we were before in first person walking around,
I'm
but
liking the
here's us
animations.
cutting out the third person to actually show you what
Okay,
your
that's looking
character
pretty
body's
tight
doing.
for me.
So
What do you
there's a
think,
lot of
Pepe?
them. And these are still blockout animations,
Pretty good.
actually, but so there'll be a lot
Yeah,
more like
that's nice.
nuance.
I like
fidelity
this.
to
This
it,
is
but
what they should have
yeah,
started
you have a lot more.
Okay, now we're back on track,
control,
Pepe. I know, dude.
Directional sense. Ability to look around, ability to stop yourself.
They'll come up
so I
with some
think,
crazy
in
thing
this
like there's
one, we're gonna
magnets in
come
your
up
fingertips,
close
Limitless.
The glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see it's like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, our player comes down here, put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic. That's not marked up or anything. It's all ray casting, seeing of things. You brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing. You can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron. It's going to be, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the Asiata station. You're going to look down on the slavers.
Pez, you caught it, dude. Christy was like,
the use
is it
of
done
this
yet? I'm like, no.
The PU is
I'm having a good time. Leave
and
me
also
alone.
the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA,
that's pretty
has a
cool.
surface,
That's pretty cool. I'm going to give that
you
some
put your
applause.
hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it.
I'm going to give that some applause right there.
There's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario.
She's not my wife, by the way. She's my girlfriend.
And then, as what we've
I
not
was
been able
married
to
when
show
I was
today,
much younger, and
we've
she
had to
passed
have
away.
working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether
Pretty
it's a
much.
terminal,
I've been
or whether
going out
it's,
with her so long, she should be my
hatch to get
wifey.
into the ship. You'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around. And again, you're not locked in. You can look
get it.
all
It's cool. We
360
saw it.
degrees.
We saw it.
You'll switch
It's cool.
hands as you look around.
Right. Next.
And you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next?
I know, Pepe.
I want to go over
hear
there,
you, dude.
cool, or I want to go through this door. And it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments.
This is just
and
for
fundamentally.
Listen, I'm talking as a content
it's a
creator
lot-
for a production.
lot
You know what I'm
nicer
saying,
to play
Razor?
in our current
I'm just
version,
talking
which
about
is just,
like
it's
content.
massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more sort of
Little bit of kid there too. A little bit of kiddo. Sorry.
The combat's better. It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that, because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things and EVA. I think we all love science fiction, obviously. Right. We're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent.
I like the movement.
I
like the movement. That's pretty sweet.
Us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work, and bed it in on Squadron.
I don't know if I'd have wrapped up with that being like the stellar thing, but it is definitely an improvement.
We did 2 iterations of how we wanted to do it. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have it upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it and playing it.
I wouldn't have used this as the like, oh my god moment for the finale, right, Bear? I'm in agreement, Bear.
Go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level. And
I did like what I saw.
So yeah, this unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah. Steve Bender going around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great. And I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero.
I wonder if that's it. I wonder if that's it. There's going to get so much heat if that's it.
There's some
Don't you guys agree?
Like we have
I mean, it's a great feature, regardless. I love it.
It's
but
not
like,
as big as a
if that's how they're going to end this, they're going to get so much heat for this.
The hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Cooper's cool with it. He's like, hey, I'm 100% happy.
Said, why doesn't someone do a hover trolley?
Potential is huge. You don't see a lot of movement like that in any game.
But the thing I
talk about space battles would be like freaking awesome, being EVA like that, and have these amazing space battles, hiding behind cover, being able to like stick close to different types of ships.
I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world, is that it sort of opens up.
I have to be honest, Bear, me too, dude.
And this really plays into
but it was overall, like, I'm having a fun time, regardless, because I'm chilling out with you guys today.
Actually, much
I wish I could do this more.
Interesting because, now you have the ability. We always had this design for our, like,
that'd be awesome.
Bigger cargo containers, right? Ones you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav lever system where, you stuck in this thing and the grav lever would come up, and then, now you can push around.
Limitless is keeping track of the time of the talking versus when they actually show us the work. I like that. Limitless is on it.
I think Tony's
like,
trying to squeeze a few things
3 minutes,
in.
DG.
He manages to get everything in, but this isn't necessarily going to be in 3.18, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around.
I agree, Nate.
Okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens? Like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories.
Yeah, right. As far as the production value, Limitless, the pacing kind of just went at the end, right, dude?
Whatever that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container.
Right,
I could push it into my ship. Then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to where
put a 1 in chat if you think they're going to get heat if this is it. Which, by the way, I like what I saw. Let me make that clear, right? Because I'm an adult and I appreciate game development, but put a 1 in the chat if you think they're still getting heat if this is how this ends. Yeah, right.
By doing this. I think
we got a 2. We got Razix 2. That's cool.
Tech.
I like it.
The trolley stuff is really good because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics.
They got to be careful how about they pace, how they pace it, how they construct the segments.
I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay. There will be
a lot of gameplay revolved around this. He's absolutely right.
Living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If 2 orcs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and
all the ammunition they need, right, Pixel?
Or weapon replacement, especially as we get
it is nice seeing Chris on. It is
salvaging and stuff. Okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU, but in the PU they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached trolleys with the physical trolleys, that we wanted them to serve 2 purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here, now I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the
I just
PU,
think they should be
but
mindful.
There wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilized for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to use cargo loading. Now again,
they're trying to show people they're actually doing work because they're getting so much heat.
Larger. And with hover trolleys,
they're specifically responding to morphologists because morphologists said, "Hey, no progress has happened in Squadron, no progress has happened in 2022." So they literally feel like they legitimately have to respond to them by showing them the things that they're working on. Like that's kind of what I'm getting, right? Is that what you're getting, Explodo?
Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually
you can see progress.
A slaver pod.
So, Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
But where, as you can see, it's getting pushed
over. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU, that you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take you to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that and, like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
There we go. This is nice.
But obviously you'd be pushing, as long as it's grav-lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav-leg technology, so the same, as a Dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually.
Bounty hunters will be very happy.
And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable.
Gonna have to work on
animation
still.
What we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off.
Okay.
You'll be able to, reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry. We're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game.
Yes.
And make that a lot simpler.
Okay, I'm digging that. I'm digging it.
That's true.
Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships. Yep. Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product, is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right. Because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You know, you need to know your G-forces and your heading direction, and you know, I need to know my ammo, and you know, master modes is a good way of going down that road. Is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal, and we want to have combat.
Right.
So if you've got SCN, combat.
His mic is really hot too. Somebody fix that.
Mode, so that's traversal.
Pepe, I know his mic.
And then
is
we've
hot.
taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not. If you're in space, maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. You know, your MFDs. If you're in SCN, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around.
He broke his mic.
We've got gorgeous
He's talking
space
so much he broke his mic.
I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that we're the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD.
Totally, dude.
And basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. On the
they're going to have to customize the experience in Squadron 42 so that it's easy and simplistic for any gamer to get in and play. But that does not mean that maybe all that needs to translate over to the PU. That's my argument right there. I get what they're trying to say, though.
Probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, you know, most of the
Thank you, Limitless. Thank you, Limitless. Keep track for us, Limitless.
As a sort of group. You know, in the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But you know, a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting and whether you can, you know, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now, that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, you know, like a, you know, I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Oh, what was the Drake ship?
I'm warning you. Oh, shit. Thank you so much, Grumpy Old Man. This is how terrible their sound is. My board pumped up real high. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about your ears. Thank you, Grumpy Old Man.
It's gonna be flat.
Giving out a community sub. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
But in the cases that you have the ability to
there's some action.
And do stuff.
There's some action from Grumpy Old Man.
The ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your like settings screen.
Thank you for waking us up,
Grumpy. The settings will be remembered on a per ship basis, and you can set up one. You know, okay, I want this display to be this or this display this. I want this to cast here, and so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down.
Thank you for that, Grumpy. We all needed that.
So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of early, you know,
foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all fully polished or ready to show, but it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around.
Thanks for sharing that very important information with us, Jay. Very funny.
You know, combat.
Apparently, the live stream is having hashtag free Jared.
Information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better.
We got an update here from Jay.
It's huge in combat.
It's big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either, you know, we're obviously trying to bring
these two are getting off
closer,
talking to one another, and they're leaving Jared out completely. Jared wants to get in on this three-way action.
But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, you know, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play Squadron level,
with 100 players in there,
you just get
100-player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. You know, some players.
It was definitely a problem in Squadron.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
Quite a few
6 minutes
areas of the game.
I love you guys.
Massive amounts of shit.
Awesome.
Yeah, and you know, some players can deal with it, but you know, it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit. Because you have a radar in the cockpit. Fighting pilots in real life have a radar. You don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, 20 guys coming over there, We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just relying on
He's having such a hard
HUD
time.
has everything on there. But you've got NFTs.
All right, yes.
You've got a cockpit radar.
Mm-hmm.
They're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times. And, the MFDs are still in Flash, and we've done the building block. So we've kind of got into this
You can
cycle
see how important a position that Ian holds because of how Chris is looking at Ian.
What we want to do is this guy go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of,
a huge part of Squadron 42.
You should use
and
that.
you can see
Chris
looking at this dude, like, a lot of the work being done is by him. The thoughts are coming from Chris. This dude's putting it into, like, application, and he's working out
that should be what the
details.
On. That's where all the information should be.
That's how you can tell the importance in this situation. These two men are listening to what this guy is saying, because
out in the world,
what this guy's saying is imperative to get Squadron 42 out the door.
There's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking things that are important to you, or you
obviously passionate about it, so that's good. So let's take some points from this.
Combat experiences where you're fighting 15.
What we're seeing right now is like the importance of this person.
It's a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise.
You can also see the passion
on being the best pilot.
Right. So those are good things. Through the
and I would say that definitely, we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically, to be a nav map, your star map, right?
Yeah, show us something there.
And what happened?
I definitely would love to see that.
First iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we're like, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your MobiGlass version, and we're still using the MobiGlass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago, and that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that the star map. Well, the star map's really star
an hour ago.
Radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level, or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having
what are we at on the time limitless?
So like you can be zoomed in, and you can
give us the time limitless. What's the official time since the last video?
You get the information from limitless. You click them, and then that will now select it as your target, and do a lot of things that haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk,
limitless,
because we haven't delivered all the things.
Cash, buddy.
Limitless,
earn some Bezos cash for us. I'm going to write you down here, buddy. I'll get you next week.
If they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400
doing good work for us
when they're flying around. And so those are all that's the example on the vehicle side, where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, you're
eventually it gets to you.
It gets in process right now, but you'll click a button and you'll see your character, click, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use of that information.
First yawn. First yawn.
Fun being lost.
First yawn. There it was.
And a certain level
4
of
hours and 17 minutes into the stream.
Some ships have better MFDs and more usable places.
This is not this conversation.
Well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar scanning, which is it's a really good example of a feature that we put out into the PU in Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be. Because right now, you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want
Christy's going to kill me.
We've
I know,
got
Pepe.
Vast universe.
I know, dude.
So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning.
My entire family, they're going to kill me.
One that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that it's fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting or your local environment. And when I say small, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave.
We're almost
at
420, boys.
Information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that
Welcome,
we're not
vindication.
just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent because space is a big, dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like...
I feel like he's Chris Roberts Jr.
You've got to fly to them to...
Do you feel like Chris Roberts is like grooming him to be like the...
Like that's a good example of something on Squadron that, we were also looking
Chris
at
Roberts
how do we
Jr.
solve the problem of your, patrolling
They both talk
an
with their
area,
hands.
right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, a large area of space. And so
he's a space groomer.
We sort of were thinking about, well, how,
he's a legit
really,
space
if you think
groomer.
about it, there's like short range, which is what you would call the standard control mode, like
that's
slower
awesome.
exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's
I think a good 80% are sleeping on their keyboards right now, though, Cooper, in defensive.
And it's something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it. I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there or walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like, the wave goes out, and you'll pick
Chris
up
Roberts
10,
Jr.
20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
a point
there.
of interest.
There's a point of interest.
It's like watching
so
two
you'll be able to
Chris's
map things,
talking with one
and
another.
we need to get there.
And
But,
Jared's
the
like,
quantum
holy
travel,
shit.
spooling up, spooling down.
I'm dealing with one, Chris. I didn't
so
realize
this
I
is
got
the
two.
Quantum, the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you probably about 10th the speed of full quantum travel. Sort of, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly, and also appreciate the environment you're going through.
I love that. That's the best hashtag
go over
ever.
there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool.
I know, Shikuku. I know, dude.
That opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely.
You're right. We're going to behave, Shikuku.
Squadron, but in the PU, it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could be...
We've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan, and I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether... I come up... Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station. This group
this
of
is
rocks
a great talk, but they need
and
actual footage and showing it us in a way that is
sort of
digestible. That's my point.
Points of interest when
like watching Chris do the hand thing is okay.
And
hearing the passion's great. Watching
the whole
Chris
idea of
Roberts
sort of
Jr. talk, great. But for the production, for digestible content, they need to and they need to show us, right? They need to at least put the time together to show us what it is that they're talking about, because people are visual. So again,
then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to
am I right or am I right?
I think I'm right. And then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long, I'm going to go to this planet.
Yeah, they need easily digestible examples in video format while they're talking about it, rather than just sitting there watching their hands. I enjoy the set, I love it, but I don't know if this is like the time nor place.
It
is. It's CitizenCon, but I just don't like the way they're presenting the content. I just don't like the way they're presenting this content.
Feel much bigger. Yeah, because that was the thing we were
trying to follow.
And I think it's
I love hanging out with you guys. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Sort of like,
this is fun. We're all talking, having a good time.
Right?
Look,
it's like you spend your time around the space
station. It's like they're both talking with their hands. It's wonderful.
Some asteroids here around the
now,
planet.
Chris Roberts
but
Jr.
we want
is going to do it.
Open it up a bit more and have that idea of, I can detect something. I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration.
Steel's hitting his limit right now, bro.
Well,
if you do leave Steel, we love you, bro.
Because of
thank you for chilling with us,
travel
man.
And the scanning is going to be a huge.
I feel
huge
like there's some surprise.
So I know we have a clip for this for folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like.
Wow, 16 minutes and 39 seconds.
So we can see it when we're
Holy
done.
shit.
So just to call out, that's going to be the old HUD.
Yeah,
that is the old HUD. That's too busy.
That's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, multiple days away.
All right.
You can see the distance there. It says
all right. Here we go. This is good.
On the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for quantum boost. Again,
here we go.
You can just boost over there.
Exploration points of interest.
Interactive gameplay.
See, this they need to get to it though. They need to get to it. I like it when it's here. When it's here, it gets me engaged. It gets me super excited in my no-no spot.
On the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep and boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here.
That
so
shaky animation coming out of Quantum was really tight.
Investigate things without having to
they added
spend
something
forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD. And
this
the
whole
MFP
flight
stuff
experience thing's scaring
we're
me,
in the
man.
process of the change. So it's
the
a lot
change.
Of programmer are, and you even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we say we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So you there is some
that
risk
makes
when
sense
you're
that your shields
in
would
fast
power down when you
traversal
go
mode,
into quantum
and
mode.
the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up,
and there should be
and
like a delay between the mode switch. I'm not quite sure they're going about it the right way, but I'm actually happy to hear that.
So for people that want to go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to. I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your horse.
Quantum boost is.
Second start of the right and straight on till morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. You talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini-map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini-map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner.
28 months,
and the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to,
bro.
and you can access it both from your mobile or it'll be on your HUD.
Great alert,
a way
too.
for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map is that 3D isometric view.
We have action! Santa Claus coming down!
All the information in there.
Alternate DG versus DG dance-off here. It's very disturbing right now. Ladies and gentlemen,
you're scanning this
there we go.
The information that you're seeing.
Holy shit!
So if you go into, say, a known location,
it's very disturbing. Thank you so much.
That landing zone, that will be put into your loader. So
you're awesome. Thank you for that. I totally needed that.
Okay, how do I
love you,
get out?
Santa.
I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star
Thank you.
Citizen, and they're like, where do I go? So, it'd be nice for us to be able to go,
it just made the stream like 50 times better, by the way.
Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go.
Proving once again that DG 360 is the most exciting
But then when you're
entertainment
at an
out
environment that is not
too sure about the quality,
outpost,
but it's exciting.
You'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal
welcome
that
to the
has
stream,
the
brother.
map on there that you can download,
Good to see you,
and then
man.
you have it too. So
how's my
really
friend
allows
Orson
us,
doing?
Again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale,
the counter on again.
but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive.
Yeah, this does feel like after show, though,
where do I
right,
need
Cooper?
to go?
It does feel like, even though maybe this is kind of like the segment where people are chilling out, after show questions. Dude, I want to hang with all of you right now at a bar, like right now. I want to be like at a bar right now, chilling out with you guys,
so that then they understand,
having a good day.
How I get to a certain place. Because everybody,
we are Pepe. We're at a bar right now.
Come round to my house or go here. Just give them my postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put in Google Maps.
Exactly.
I mean, you need that. You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And so we've long.
I would love to. I would love to.
It's very critical for.
I love Canada.
Squadron,
Canada's
but
beautiful.
it's also, I think, important for the PU. And the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city and the terminal auto connects to your
Dreamdimensional's hardcore.
Whatever,
he's going hardcore.
Get the map
he's going straight to crack.
Some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well.
I think it would be great, dude.
You don't have
probably wouldn't end well, but it would be worth the experience, buddy.
Download it into a system like Asiado is an example of.
Oh man, really?
A while back as a location, it's one of the very, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but since
we'd own it, we'd own it.
It's just a good backdrop.
Be fun.
Good backdrop rather than just
Christy has.
But that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map.
Christy, if you're watching me, this is not me.
Which is showing
I have hired a stand-in actor to portray me in this stream.
In terms of sort of an isometric render.
My name is Alex.
This
is not DG.
Will essentially
this is somebody who looks like your boyfriend.
Sort of, reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around.
Welcome to the fam rage. Woo. Here we go. I gotta shut up.
First, this is in the editor, but it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our mini-map. So this is essentially in the engine using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the minimap without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships. Because the environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when it's the feature and is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, you can just apply it to.
Christy just texted me. She said
she knows it's me. Development, you have to make custom minimaps. Yeah. So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment minimap.
It is not
if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds, and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU,
and absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that
my name is Alex.
With minimal.
I am a stand-in hired by your boyfriend DG.
But gives us all of the information that we want. And this mini-map is not just, oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives. It can show you other people. It can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the mini-map, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power, can I hack it? If it's a person, what's their active status?
Ian's mic is so hot right now.
I'm trying to do a medical mission.
I've been having to put so much work into this board. Pepe and I have been sliding the volume bar on this board the entire CitizenCon presentation. Their audio has been miffed up the entire time. This is awesome.
And you'll be able to see that via this information.
It broke it from talking so much.
Saboteurs or intruders, but then using like the relay network and where those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves.
I love that you can see the state of the security indoors when you're hacking. That's pretty badass.
The same visuals
that's pretty
and tech
badass.
is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons, which doors are open or closed.
They're making the modding portion of gameplay really addictive, very detailed, man.
Your ship like that.
The ability to control your ship, hack the ship.
Things, work well together.
All right, so we've
Really
been talking
fun.
about
All right, let's
the
do this.
FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron.
AI improvements, please.
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the
AI
years
has
that
always
I've
been
worked in
trash.
games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that it's been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and when we say
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And
TMI, Nate, TMI.
A basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it because,
I don't know if it's the coding of the AI. I think it's more so what you're saying, Razik.
There's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not
or creatures.
Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But
creatures,
not get tied up in some other problems that come.
Can we get a close up on his face here? Oh no, Pepe, no.
Make that work really.
Pepe, we need a big close up on Chris's face if we can.
Having fun, feeling challenged.
There we go.
Feeling like
let's get in.
I'm not.
Let's get in on Chris's face.
Dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then
a little closer, closer.
Especially when some of the latest stuff is in the PU, I think it'll be
more.
A whole different experience.
More. We need more. Pepe, more, please.
I will argue it's been like a long, hard slog
whoa.
On the AI side.
Where'd he go?
It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent. But really, they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, locations on the planets or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in. There's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by a friend, Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And, we absolutely have turned the corner this 100%. Year because both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the blast systems came in, and it was challenging to say the least.
Yes.
And challenging in a good way, in like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
And Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm going to finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was it was like Elden Ring from software. Like I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything where it was like
is Limitless still keeping time?
Supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception. Like they can hear a sound around a corner, but if you were 3-4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you if you dropped something. And see where you were and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different ways of searching for you or fighting you. Whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and so on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that. So
because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where, we're talking...
It's Chris Roberts Jr. You understand?
What is there? How do we want to change it? And how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
Subsumption, or like I'm calling it right now. How they navigate and pathfind around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, and bits you tweak. And we call them behaviors, like AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back in cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to get, siege you and wants to go behind you. And then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose behaviors. Yeah, combat behaviors this is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them. And obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend, who can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover, or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait.
His mic,
so you're crafting
guys.
combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in, bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, Star Citizen game that you're going to be playing for hundreds, thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron. We want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically...
we better call him out. Where's Ash at?
That in a way that allows us that, you're coming around the corner. It's not
call
just
him out over there.
Because, to be honest,
call
AI,
him out, Explodo. My
amazing.
super mod is not being a super mod. Pepe, we're going to have to, fire him.
They know exactly what... They don't have
we're going to have to fire Ash.
It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to...
Going to have to hire somebody else to take Ash's position as a super mod.
No, exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it.
He probably didn't see the announcement that I'm.
And that is when
streaming.
when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado. Even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, I got taken out.
Wow,
and
Limitless.
We've also looked at accuracy.
Dude.
So we've looked at accuracy as that even a human, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you.
Thank you,
They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want
shaming
AI
Ash.
to be 100%
When he gets in here, let me know
we
we're shaming him.
to still feel pressure.
We're
So we
shaming
have a
Superbot Ash.
silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, you're getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of
I think we got to drop the super off the super mod and just call him mod
and we want
Ash.
the AI to pressure you. But pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him. You're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put a real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active. How do they perceive you in combat? And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes. We've played it. It's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So
they could have really done a better job at summing this up, man.
Behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on.
This lineup here, we have Chris and Chris Roberts Jr. together.
Absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those
Clone Roberts. Hashtag Clone Roberts. I think you need to start that in the main chat.
It's not going to be fun here.
Somebody needs to start that. Clone Roberts.
Oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that you have a challenge that you feel like you're
right. I think we've decided when these two to come together, like a black hole starts to form, a nexus, if you will.
Fighter pilots
sucking in our souls.
And again, in the PU,
this could have been done so much better. This whole segment could have been done.
You might want to do something
100%
else. You might want to be doing just a homestead. So
very
you want
badly
to do trading.
designed segment.
So when you get into FPS.
It feels like a filibuster, Rage. It feels like a filibuster.
Difficulty that we want to push in it.
It's just the way that they're presenting it. It's just the way that they're presenting it as well.
Throwing away was
it's disingenuous.
Basically,
action.
The very first basic combat behavior.
Next time, it's gonna be glass.
There's a lot more systems now.
Thank you, Dreamdimensional.
That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by a lot more of the things we talked about.
We needed that, Dreamdimensional. We needed that, bro. Thank you.
And all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. There is
we've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI is staying the same.
I would be the best Kung Fu villain. Star Force. I would be the best Kung Fu villain of all time.
Some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think, was
Limitless
talked
is
about
on this.
in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat. Things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something
they understand
that
their
will have
audience are gamers for the most
AI
part. Like, this is fascinating to me because I love game
whole.
development, but like,
we're showing it as
this
the
whole
FPS,
end of this segment, the way they've produced
so it's
this
something
is
that
completely
we can show the
wrong.
We've got the support Atmo esports
Let's
guys
show-
waiting
let's
to do
show
the
it.
race. So let's
Let's
start
show it,
let's
yeah.
look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first
Yeah,
before we
we
go into
should
the
have,
combat.
because the other things outside of
Thank you,
just
Jared.
about combat,
Get him going,
Yeah.
there's
Jared.
a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation.
Because it's like,
so
I'm going to
someone
show these
wants
guys
that,
that say
let's
haven't
check
shown
it
up in a
out.
long time.
They
I'm going to
radio
show them all.
back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or
This
they get in
is
a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you're making
That was a good one, buddy.
the bartender and all the rest of stuff. But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in
Again,
Squadron that will come into
they're
the
trying
PU.
to
So it's
justify
not
that
just
they're doing work and that
even
progress is
police
being made
scouting.
because of content creators saying that there haven't
engineers
been
going
any
about
progress
their
being
daily
made in
business,
2022.
or,
And
a
they're
janitor,
just not presenting this
cleaning up
correctly
messes
at all.
that
They're
people
just not
leave
presenting it
systemically.
correctly at all. They're going to get a lot of
For
heat on
instance,
this.
Flight attendants.
Unless
or
something
hangar
big at the end, they're going to
Yeah,
get a
the hangar
lot of
people,
heat on this.
Basically, operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system.
Yeah, Jared needs to step
that
in a little bit more. He's
Francesco's
trying.
working
He's
on
trying.
That allows our AI, say,
What is up, E-Rad? Coming in with 18 viewers. This is my boy, E-Rad.
When you're
Coming
playing
in
through
with
a level,
like a Viking,
and you can hear
like a
them
Briton.
talking to each other,
Yes.
and reacting to what's
From
happening,
Brittany.
It all of a sudden.
How you
brings that
doing,
space
E-Rad?
to
Thanks
life.
for coming
So,
over,
yeah,
man.
but the dynamic
E-Rad couldn't hang
conversation
out
system allows it.
much
So we have
longer
some
because it's
that are
like,
sort of more
wow, the end,
story-scripted
right? Is
conversations.
that what's
Yeah.
going on, E-Rad?
You
How's
drop
everybody?
on, some
I am
people
so
patrolling, and
tired.
We've got some stuff we want to let you hear, so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also, there's dynamic conversation, so people can just sort of, whether it's.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro. Thanks for bringing over your crew, man. I know some of you guys over at E-Rad know me as well. E-Rad and I are good friends. Thanks for chilling out, coming over here. We're having a good time. We're having a good time.
There's a system in for that, and we're creating a
The
recording, but that's also a
E-Raiders?
system that's gonna
Yeah.
come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the
Appreciate
PU,
you.
or
How
you're
was the stream,
wandering
bud?
around the,
Did you have a
know,
good
the big
stream,
point of
E-Rad?
interest, the cities, people will be having
E-Rad's falling asleep.
gossiping,
He
talking
can't
about,
do
oh, well, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetales attacked someone in Horizon, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
It just adds so much. It just adds so much.
I love you, E-Rad. You're the
We don't
best,
have the
man.
conversation system stuff to show today, but
All right,
look
let's
at
see
some of
some
the
footage
investigation
here.
stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat
Let's see
stuff
some
you're talking
footage.
about afterwards.
All
So
right.
we've actually got it as two videos.
There we go.
So it's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here.
What's
in
up,
some
Garrett?
respects, you might think that this is scripted.
What's
that
up,
this
Ray?
is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call
What's
it.
up, Geek? How you doing, buddy?
This is
All
essentially
my
a stand
friends
for the
over
player.
there.
The other two AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding a cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet. So he's not.
Hey, Star Kitty, thanks for that follow.
Go and check.
Grab your chicken soup, Kitty. Welcome to the fam. Good to see you.
But again, here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
He's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, something you can hide in, or They're going through systemically checking the usables.
Well, we definitely need an entire rework on AI. Right, so anything's an improvement at this point with AI. Let's just be real.
And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. And now
Noob was in here earlier. That's funny. I hope Noob does see that.
They're not in here
because he would do it good. He would do it good.
There's only one set of ones left. Gonna check it.
Yes, Halo. Yes.
Come through here. Cleared those, so now he's going around here. And
fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you, and that's the equivalent of going, huh? You know, did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's our
debug. That's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But we'll have audio and visual representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be
Chris is just clarifying every single point.
Maybe a verbal cue.
By the way, they won't actually stop and say, "Hey, did you see that?"
They're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out.
Does he really geek? That's great. That's great.
There to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, "Hey, you go check it out," and then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like there's a death threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green, and it's like their minds have been, it's like MIB, it flashed through memory, it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they still do their social activities, their functions.
It's how Palpatine felt with Vader, Nate?
As soon as they see he's dead again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
so that was on a test map.
Yes,
we do have an example. Of
Jared about half an hour ago said, "Hey guys, can we wrap this up because Atmo Esports is waiting for the after party, and there's going to be nobody left at Atmo Esports for this after party race." You know,
you can see the two AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points. They're checking the usables that are there. And then, in a lot of the cases,
as long as you've gotten rid of the derp, I'm okay.
If we actually failed because we
all want aliens.
The player, and they actually found you before we were able to show you, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
You may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through. So
you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Wow.
And this is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI.
Let's hope.
Let's look at some of the combat tactics.
Sure.
All right, let's look at the combat tactics.
Let's do combat tactics.
Roll it up. Good job. Get on this, Jared. Get this shit rolling.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to just kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them, and you can just take them all out.
Right now, our AI
what
just
we want is
stands
we
there,
want you to react to the AI
until you
they're
kill
pushing
them.
you and challenging you. And we want,
Challenge
we want that
is good.
challenge
A
to be
challenge
fair
is always
so that you
good.
feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version but again, it's the same AI.
Much better on the pacing.
And they roll the dice they don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show his behaviors themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
Right, Explodo.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base map.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal, so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of that, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier. Because, like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go.
Oh, no.
Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people, maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness.
Wait, what?
And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much. So you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training.
If these are all in regards to like stamina and repetitive actions, maybe. If these are all stamina related and like affect the physical performance of you, maybe. I don't know, man.
And then that's what
gotta talk about PvP, FPS.
Also, for example, like G-Force and Redout, so that pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So
probably, Master, probably
hold your breath longer.
And like Explodo said, if it's kind of along those lines, I don't think I'd have such a big problem with that.
Ways for how you improve them, and those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. We're not going to be removing any of the skill elements, so there's nothing that we're going in there going.
What am I going to do with you fingers?
Or we're going to make
still having a bad week, aren't you, buddy?
Better. It's like no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So like I said, how fast you can sprint, or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into physical attributes.
I thought you were look at DG
right? Absolutely.
with his mustache being a deep thinker.
Yes, you could naturally be born strong. But
I saw you type deep thinking, and I was like sitting there, really in deep thought, and I was like, did fingers just read my mind? That
bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120.
All right, see you, Nate.
Now I can do 160.
Thanks for joining us today, buddy.
Right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're running. You work your way up to a marathon. And so
watch when Nate leaves. They'll be announcing pyro
during the gameplay. That your gameplay can add to it, but if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of making that the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to
that's kind of cool a little bit. Then
I can outrun them.
Because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into skilling up your character because you're saying that's the dedicated area of focus that you want. You can.
Where did my muscles go? Right, NX. You spent 10 hours training your dude to be the most awesome bounty hunter in the world,
So
and
all
then
of
a
those
wife is like,
my
muscles.
It allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for a lot of different skills.
You're like a machine, you're ready to go.
A good one
then the patch comes out.
A good one to how to explain it. It's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy.
Possibly, Master. Possibly this might apply to other areas.
Eventually you take them down, and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me.
Like a Morrowind-based skill system where you constantly trying to hack or unlock a door, right? Like with a pick.
You'll get better, so then you'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation.
What's up, Jess?
It's smoother.
Welcome to the fam, man.
All the versions of Takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes
now that they're explaining it
much
the way
faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to.
People will do more hours of push-ups and
fitness
than they will in real life.
It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for
It's okay. That's what I'm here for. 666
melee, fist
fighting,
knife fighting. Longer term, we want to this is more PU, not Squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fight, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere
or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone, and then do it a bit more. And then
patients are going to die all over the place, Puka.
And that's kind of it, like you said, the idea of sort of, the skills and techniques.
Yeah. They're engaging in conversation again.
Again,
Chris Roberts Jr.
Be a really huge deep
Watch
world,
out.
And it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car races, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and the car does everything.
It's not the 70s. It's not the 70s.
No,
anymore.
Exactly. You
don't have a pint of beer before they go try to race a Formula One.
My goodness.
Or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability
talking to
for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it that. If all you care about is
I'm glad they're super passionate.
Like, okay, I want to level up agility, or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me
to
like
watching
hold
them talking to
themselves. So if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort into do, and that you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them, like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like, that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand.
How you doing, DXR? Good long
time
no see.
We will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing.
It's more like a Tarkov-based system.
That Pilates area.
Repetition.
Yeah.
Well, we went all the whole
stamina-based
the other thing
attributes.
That we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about.
Jared wants to quit.
The way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But that will be essentially one of the apps in the Mobiglass, and then one of the last, things that we're going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is, there's a complete redo of the Mobiglass, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military Mobiglass, and you don't need all the cargo.
I've been saying forever they need to redo the entire Mobiglass.
But it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS
system,
and it's all in building blocks, so all the Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is nice.
Whoa, sorry about your ears. Thank you, Luigi. What's up, bro? God bless you. Action on the stream. Yes, you can. Luigi bringing action on the stream.
But also,
a lot of high effort stamina from the COMMUNITAI coming here today. Thank you, Luigi.
A lot in my life, which is basically sort of
welcome to DG 360.
Game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp, basically. Obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the...
I'm warning you. Oh my goodness, DX, thank you. Bringing more action to the stream while they're trying to talk about the Mobiglass. I want to see what the update looks like. I want to see the updated Mobiglass. Thank you so much, DXR, for that sub gift, bro. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you, bro.
Support and maintain, because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of Flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And
really?
So
with the new building blocks, it's harder to extend, huh?
And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just, clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be...
Not a lot of sun in Ohio these days, Luigi. I'm going to get very pale very soon.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have.
Oh, hey, let's roll the clip.
Take a look.
All right.
The first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So, it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So, and all of these widgets.
What's up, Delv? How you doing, man? No kiddos over here, buddy. Just kids at heart.
As you go to the other
This is nice.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like
Sattaball
client, and then on the right,
I haven't heard Sattaball in years.
Coming in with general chip chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it believe that you're in this believable.
So much cleaner. Love this look. So much cleaner. So much more updated. So much better.
Yeah, and it's just a lot cleaner. And, the information is something that we've tried to be consistent.
That's value-added gameplay for you people that have your minds in the gutter, by the way.
Clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone. But there was an alert down on our
I'm digging this. I'm digging the layout.
And looked at it. It's cleared. So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside the you'll get notifications or alerts. Oh look, I got a new message over here. I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is it's like in everyday life.
Everybody's
pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with emails and Google Chrome or search engines, and everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the mobiGlas, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want
That's a good idea,
sure
Carrot.
that the
I
game
like
that. You're
that.
playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry. We're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions. You want to go and, get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improved traversal, to improved HUD, star map, Moby is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails. Or we don't need to reinvent how you understand the mission, or
the interface
and
looks
you want
cleaner.
To have the information
I would like them to add a contract section eventually.
Tell me what am I about
I'd
to
also like them to add an organization button.
Do I need a helmet? Is it hot?
I'm warning you.
Damn, DXR, thank you once again for bringing X Sound to DG360.
Next time it's gonna
This
be
alert brought to you by DXR. DXR bringing you a
coming
gift.
Back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing
Chris
the game.
has been texting me this
and then
entire
you start
time,
to
Luigi.
understand why we've got
She's
an
like,
eating and drinking system, or active status, or injuries,
what's
or
going on?
red outs, and inventory,
I'm having
and
fun.
hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you start putting it all together, which is we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. We're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about.
Progress.
Is
See what he's saying?
Like, we're going to
They're answering the kiddos. They're letting them know that progress actually happens with 860 employees.
We're in the position where we can.
Of course it does. It's only the kiddos that don't understand that actually progress is happening.
And let's start building on.
It's only the kiddos that don't get it.
That we're really, confident in.
873 employees, and people still think Star Citizen's a scam. I love it.
A very clear idea how
ridiculous.
They can scale.
It's so funny.
Star Citizen, because we've got a mini environment,
800
like
plus
test bed,
employees.
It out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content.
Oh, Explodo, your wife's coming in looking angry. Dude, I'm getting that on the phone today, Explodo. I'm getting that. She just gave me
other developers have already gone through the
okay.
mix of putting it into
and
the
I'm
game,
like, oh
how
boy.
they go, cool,
I don't like the
I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think
when the girls start going,
big thing, 'cause, as
I'm getting upset,
content means that, okay, you're doing some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron.
Right, DX, right, dude.
Different physical elements.
The kiddos that love those clickos, they love that clickety clack.
And that means that the PU team that's now going, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than
him is always the worst, Grumpy.
You figure it out, because
when you see you're up there on a threat level that is bar none probably the highest threat level that you can get with your significant other. When you see the with a lot of M's on it, the more the M's, the deeper in trouble you are.
Use associated with it. So I mean, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
this is just a snapshot.
Explodo and I are getting wife grief.
Talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more
I bet they are, dude. I bet they are.
Absolutely,
666.
we know, and we're working on it. And the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron. And Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, it's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time, and it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, we want to.
You're in very big trouble, Karen.
Stuff we really talked about this time, but for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building.
I like that he's going positive on that. I like he's ending it off on a positive note, but everybody's expecting like a Squadron 42
but also Star Citizen
update.
Ultimately, I think that
or something
Star
bigger
Citizen
than what's
itself,
happening,
in terms of an experience.
What's up, Max? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you here, man.
Seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here. Look at this constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing a mountain in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. They're limited to more limited spaces, and we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron.
Jared's getting funnier and funnier, dude.
That you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone to play is a complete. I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is something I'm always eternally grateful for, and it's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something or something's not working,
it's got to be a fucking nightmare.
What kind of idiot did this?
All the
which,
kiddos.
Doesn't this person know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff? It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind.
Yep.
And we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on
because
stage.
Progress is happening. Even though it's slow, progress is actually happening.
Freelancer Online and
just
next generation commander. What we're building
he really
now
wants
is
to.
A completely different experience in terms of a lot more.
I feel like he's directly responding to morphologists in this whole thing where like there's no progress in 2022.
Do and be anything in it. And
I don't feel like they should even legitimize that. You know what I mean?
See it,
the fact that they're responding to it is like legitimizing the question, which is a ridiculous question of someone who doesn't know game development at all. Like there's no progress happening, and you got a company with 873 employees.
So. Like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff.
He said fidelity. Did he?
Then we end up doing it. But it's not because we're just sitting
hey
there,
man, this dude,
eating bonbons.
This dude got us pretty far in this
really
project,
hard.
and I think he'll see us to the end, man. And it's just going to take a fucking
for me,
long time.
I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself. Even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people.
Pretty much, I think so. Kiss.
More, spending more. Time
for somebody who says they don't have a lot of influence, when they craft a whole segment that's 2 hours long,
that's partly a testimony to the game itself.
Basically, from his opinions, and then Morph is saying like, "Oh, I don't have a big effect at all." They literally got a 2-hour segment based upon what Morph just said. Like off of Morph's opinions.
More of a yes, it's rough around the edges.
No,
Morph isn't
influential.
That keeps people coming back, despite the frustration.
You know what I'm saying, man? Let's be real. Let's be real.
Do anything and be anything in the universe, and we're really committed to making that, finishing
you
that
know what?
and making that.
It's crazy that they even responded to this. Like, it's crazy they even responded
so,
to this.
you know,
man.
while it is challenging doing these two games together,
Responding to the kiddos, man.
It's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, you know, looking forward.
Yeah, I mean, like, Jesus.
Over the next few
One
years,
thing I've never done is put my
a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down
my code down
pipe,
for because I just won't do that. You
beyond
know,
what we
I just
already
won't
have
do it.
here,
I've never put my code down, but that's my own. That's my own thing. I'm also never gonna put like shilly commercials in the middle of my videos as well.
It's I think video games, strangely, people video games get this reputation of because it's hard work and because it's so difficult. It's like it's job and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video
it's a
games
job, you know, like
fun,
adults.
They're creative. They're
jobs.
Expansive. They're
things
collaborative.
Right. They get
definitely
paychecks.
iterative.
They're adults, right?
There's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try
it's
to
really
follow
hard,
that?
but I will never do
so
it.
the only
you know?
one thing I would say is that
I'll never
even
do
though
it
we
at
are
X, but
focused
yeah,
on
it's
Squadron
very
42,
hard, dude.
We still read
But
all of the feedback.
it's just not
in,
my
you know,
style to do that
Spectrum,
stuff. I don't
online,
like the show,
comments
man.
on Reddit. So
I got Patreon and YouTube membership for that stuff for people who really like the channel and support this community. That's all I need.
We're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game, and controls, and the
I just won't do it.
and traversal.
You know,
and I think the
other
biggest
people can do it. That's
takeaway
fine.
for
I just
me
won't do it.
When we start to look
I
at
think
all
it's
these
unnecessary.
features, is that don't think of it as feature. It's we're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together, and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen, you know, there already is a game there, this is about, you know, making what's there even better and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with.
All right, boys,
that we're
wrap it up,
because
I feel like there's nothing else we got to announce here.
And then
and my girlfriend's getting plenty upset with me.
Just enhance it even further. So I think it's, you know, in the next few years, it's going to be a really exciting time.
A couple other dudes here and here with me where their wives and their significant others are quite upset with them. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and shit, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. I think that's going to be a huge improvement, and I think that will, you know, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game,
dude, I've had an absolute blast today. This is awesome. All right, we got it.
At least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the game.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect
for the way this ended. What's up? Thank you for those community subs, man.
Universe at one point.
Alternate reality, Bruce Lee DG.
Next time it's gonna be black.
If you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Moby-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work.
I look forward to the Inside Star Citizen review every Thursday night, by the way, 7 p.m. EDT.
If you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay. Everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It's it'll be fine. So
Kiddo's going crazy.
Thank you,
Kiddo's
Chris,
going crazy.
Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us.
That last segment, I have to say, that last segment was total solid vibes.
We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to the video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers.
That ending, they're going to get a lot of heat for that ending. You know that they will.
Talking about their favorite things.
You know that they are going to get a lot of heat from the entire content creator community.
We'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
Tell you what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I going to say?
It's going to sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us. It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen
they're all laughing.
Games and I've seen a lot of
they're like, do we really have to talk about this
throughout the whole process?
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
Crew's passionate.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are
to new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day,
and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
Brian Chambers, passionate.
Very wholesome. When I first did the
CitizenCon
where I got to fly the Carrack,
didn't they
everyone
start
was
this?
so supportive.
Isn't this what they started
and the cheers
with?
I got when we were flying through that wormhole was
This is exactly what they started with, because I remember her saying wholesome. This is exactly how they started this up. All right, guys.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire
This is how they started it up here. Guys, listen
I love
to me.
watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching
We all love
videos and the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the
Listen, guys. Today has been a beautiful day. Listen, I've been hanging out with everyone today on a Saturday. I had to tickle torture my entire family. Thank you for being a part of a momentous Saturday. I haven't streamed on a Saturday in over a year, and this is great to be here with you guys. Thank you for joining me and supporting me, continuing on this journey in the DG 360 COMMUNITAI. You guys are an organic algorithm. Please join our Discord. Please become part of this amazing COMMUNITAI. Things that you like to watch, list them in our Discord. Every Friday morning, we have DG in the morning. You aren't going to want to miss that because we get to watch whatever it is that you guys find interesting to watch, right? Then we cut them up in clips and you guys can see yourselves talking here. People commenting in the YouTube comments, like talking about how Razik said, hey, Gladys is the first stream. And some dude's going to comment on YouTube and say, I saw Ray's and he said this is his first stream and all this shit. It's a wonderful community. I absolutely love it. You guys have been fantastic. Pepe, I think it's time we wrap up the show because our girlfriends are getting very angry with us. Very, very angry. Woo! You want some singing? All right, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I had a beautiful day hanging out with you. We talked about pee and poo. I love being immature, by the way. If you haven't figured that out, if you're not immature, you don't belong here. But we're also adults at the same time. It's a very weird mix. Thank you, everybody. Pepe, can you play us out proper? Pepe, do it. Where at? You want me to push this one? Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. I will see you Thursday. Have a great week, guys. Thank you for joining me here. Oh, Pepe. Oh, Pepe.
I'm gonna put my wine wherever I want. I'm gonna put my wine wherever I want. I'm gonna put my mind wherever I want. Put my wine wherever I want. I'm gonna put my heart wherever I want. I'm gonna put my liver wherever I want. I'm gonna put my goals wherever I want. I'm gonna do like that wherever I want.
Go, Pepe. Go, Pepe. Professional. We did it professional today, didn't we, Pepe? Woo! We did a good job today. Thank you, Pepe. We are. Have a good week, guys.
Come on! Yep. Gotta get it like that. Gotta get it like gotta get it like that. Gotta get it like this. Gotta get it like that. Gotta get it like this. Gotta get it like that. Gotta get it like this. Gotta get it like that. Gotta get it like professional now. I'm a professional, baby. Professional now.